Good morning. I was busy here playing around with a whole bunch of stuff in the studio, and then I was like, oh, I need to start. Anyway, how is everyone this morning? I'm doing really well, and it's great to be here. I'm looking forward to getting lots of reading done today. I've got a very free day, so I will be on until 5 o'clock this evening. So that's always exciting when I can do that. And yeah, what am I reading today? So my little thing says Dune, and I will be getting to that, but I'm starting with my 20 pages that I'm reading each day of Nat Turner. Um, and then pretty much for the rest of the day, I'm going to be reading Dune. I'm trying to get a lot of this in today because I'm still trying to finish Dune before the end of the month. Um, and I've made, I guess, decent headway into it, but I was supposed to read to page 250 last night, and I only got to like 220. So and then I have to read another 120 today. Like I've figured it out, and I have to read 120 pages of this every single day until the 29th to finish it in February. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if I can get close, I'll be happy with that. And it is reading pretty quickly now that the world is set up. So, what are you guys reading? Let me know. Tell me what's going on with you today. Like, are you going to be reading? Are you working? What are you doing? Let me see if I can get my comments working here. My thing's not scrolling. And Donna is the first one here. Good morning, Donna. And Donna says, I have to take my son to his bus, call to make an optometrist appointment, and head to the grocery store. We'll be leaving your sprints up for watch time and also hitting the like button. Oh, thanks, Donna. And I hope all your errands go well and that your son gets off to school well and that the optometrist appointment works well. I know you were saying that you had broken your glasses, you got a new pair of glasses, but then it seemed like those weren't quite working either. So I hope that gets figured out. And good morning, Vanessa. Vanessa says, just popping in to say hi and hit the like. I have to be back. I have back to back meetings from 9 to 1. So I'll try and stop by on later today to hang out. Awesome. Vanessa, thanks for swinging by. And I know Vanessa just recently hit 1,000 on her channel. So that is awesome. And hello, Rita. Good morning. How are you? And Rita says hello to me and Donna and Vanessa and got the batch editing to deal with today. Ah, yes. Okay. Oh, you batch edit, Rita? That is amazing. I batch film, but I only edit one video at a time. Like, because I don't know about you, Rita, but it takes me like twice as long, maybe 3 times as long to edit as it does to film. And I prefer filming over editing. So, but good for you. I hope you get a lot done. And Rita said, I love Mondays, jumps in the air to match the exclamation point. You are so cute, Rita. And whoever's watching right now, if you have not seen Rita's channel, like she does a lot of different things, but I usually join her on her reading sprints, which are really early in the morning. So if you're an early morning person or you don't sleep like me, Rita has early morning sprints here. 6:30 my time, which is eastern coast of the US. And she is always like cute and put together, and she's just got such a sweet personality. And Rita says, "Oh, and smooches the like button. Thank you." And Mary Hope says, "Good morning. Just got back from the gym. I'll be reading Warbreaker today and doing coursework." Very nice. And you were reading Warbreaker last week, right, Mary Hope? How are you liking it? Like, how's it going? Is it going well? Are you liking it? Like, share, because I can see it right over there on my bookshelf. And hello, Bex. Hi, all. I hope everyone had a relaxing weekend. I did, thank you. And today I'll be listening to the Maltese Falcon while getting some busy work done. Very cool. And I know I was, excuse me, I was just reading your comment about finishing the Count of Monte Cristo. And yeah, that book is just chef's kiss. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now, the Maltese Falcon, that is like hard boil detective mystery or detective crime story, right? Maybe? Am I making that up? Good morning, Coda. How are you doing this morning? What are you up to? What are you reading? I'm reading Dune, Coda. And hello, Tina, how are you? And says, hello, good morning. I decided to re download TikTok. Okay, very good. I'm assuming that means you had it and then you undownloaded it and now you're going back. So let me know how that goes. I have never been on TikTok. Um, I at some point should really re-download Instagram because I'd love to get onto like Bookstagram and Book Talk, but like, yeah, no, I joined Discord last month. And yeah, have I looked at that once? Nope. Nope. I probably need to put it on my phone, is probably what it is. Oh, Coda says, I'm behind on Dune also. Yeah, well, it wasn't hard to get behind. Let's just be honest. Where are you at in the book, Coda? Not that there's really any chapters to be able to. Okay, what book within Dune are you in? I was supposed to finish book one last night of Dune, the first book in Dune. There's books within the book. Um, but I didn't. So I'm hoping to finish book one and get into book two. So we can talk about it in that vague term. And Tina says, when I got my new phone in November, I didn't download it and I've been watching YouTube shorts and they're awful. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Why don't I waste my time with something actually entertaining? Fair enough. Fair enough. So what do you find is the difference? Like, why do you feel like the ones on YouTube are worse? I'd be interested to know because I don't do shorts for YouTube, but I know people do. But wow, if they're bad, maybe I should continue on that trend of not doing them. Hello, Laura. How are you? Laura says, hi, all. Hope everyone is well. I'm finishing Feybound and reading more of 11/22/63 read today. Very nice. And I know there's a couple of people reading Feybound because I think Elliot's also reading Feybound. So very good. And how are you enjoying 11/22/63? How's that going? Because I want to say, were you thinking of DNFing 11/22 at one point? Correct me if I'm wrong. And hello, Amy of Hearthridge. Good morning. Getting ready to homeschool kids. Wonderful. Hope that goes great for you guys. Making breakfast, and I'm hoping to finish a poetry collection. Petrarch selections from Canzonieri. Interesting. Okay, I haven't heard of that. It is what time period is that written in? And I'm assuming based on the name that it's Italian, that the author is Italian. How you're liking it, let me know. And good morning, Lynn. How are you? Lynn says, good morning to everyone. I'll be finishing up Only Human to finish a series. That's got to be a nice feeling. And I have less than an hour left. Yay! So I hope you are able to finish that. If not in our first sprint, in the first couple ones, and then reading Addie, The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I really hope to get to that this year. And Rita says, laugh out loud, I hate editing. That's why I do the shrugs while I'm here. I might as well edit this too. Yeah, I do feel like it's a mix of that. Like, do you do it all at once and then be done? Or do you just, bleed it out over time? And good morning, Stargator. How are you? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. And Rita says, oh, you're too sweet. Love you. Yeah, you too. Rita's really just the sweetest person. And Mary Hope says, I'm loving Warbreaker. I'm splitting up the pages so that I can finish it by the end of the month. Yep, I do that. And you're about 79% in. Very nice. Well, I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Tina says, I'm reading a bunch with murder. That didn't work out. I'm reading A Brunch with Murder by Bailey Abbott. It's a buddy read with fun. Fun. Hope you're enjoying it. And Coda says, I'm going back to work today. Okay. So, sounds good. We'll be in the background. We'll be here as you work along, Coda. So I hope your work day goes amazing. And Stargazer says, I will be reading The Bullet Swallower by E.G. James. Do tell more because that is a fascinating book title. And Amy, the Dune audio break book is great. I have heard that, Amy, and I looked for it, but I thought about it way too late because my library has it, but of course none of the copies are in. And I guess I didn't see how long the wait was because it might not have actually been a long wait. So I might look that up and see if it's just a few days, but I don't want to request it if it's going to be like 3 weeks from now. Not going to help me. But I have heard good things about the audiobook. And hello, SC, and says, just discovered your channel a few days ago, and I'm so glad you did. Oh, great. Your video about big books was exciting. You mentioned so many I'd never heard of before and need to go back and take notes. Well, very good. Well, and in the description of the video, there is a list of all the books that I mentioned in there. So if that helps you take notes, then go for it. But welcome. If you'd like to share your first name, feel free to, or whatever name you want to be called by. Otherwise, I'll just refer to you as SC. But I'm glad you're here and hope you have a good time. And Rita says, very interesting. Love to hear about that too, Tina. Yeah, she wants to hear about Tina's book as well. Yep. And Rita says hi to Laura. Did I say hi, Laura? I don't even remember. Isn't that awful? And Bex is saying that The Maltese Falcon is a classic noir mystery detective novel. Okay, that's what I thought. But that's probably the more accurate terms, right? It's a quick read, but I will say that because there's no thoughts, feelings from the characters, it's a bit difficult to get into or care about. That's interesting. Huh. Now, is that typical of that genre where you don't get the character's thoughts and feelings and it's just very third person? Um, hmm. Yeah, that would make it really difficult to like care about what's going to happen to them. Like, whatever, just. And Tina says the first thing is I'm not interested in it's about books or crafting. Content is very odd. That is a odd content. It's very weird conspiracy videos or things I think or things you think your dad would like. That's funny. Well, I guess you'll see how it goes. Do you DNF books? Is that a potential horizon option? And Laura says, I'm loving 11/22/63. It was Dune you were thinking. Okay. I'm glad I at least remembered that there was a book that you were thinking of DNFing, and I remember it was a longer book. Did you end up finishing Dune? Because you said thinking of DNFing, so are you still reading it? And Amy says, yes, Italian poetry from the 1300s, and you're liking it. You love poetry recommended from a friend. Nice. I am not a big poetry fan, but I'm trying to change my mind about that because I think it was the way that I was taught to dissect poetry. In fact, negative memories of my professor drawing pictures on stick figure pictures on the board are coming back to me as I say this. So I feel like I should give poetry another try because wow, yeah, that was like some PTSD coming in there. Laura says hi to Rita. Hello. And Laura also says, I'm buddy reading Faybound with Nikki. And then Elliot said he was reading it at the same time. So we're buddy reading it too. Okay, very cool. Yeah, because I noticed yesterday that Elliot said he was reading Faybound. And Coda says he has about 6 or 7 chapters left in book 2. Okay, so you're coming along. You're not still, we still did. Yeah, let's do it, Coda. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I have some thoughts. I need to put the audiobook on hold today, if that's a thing. So, but yes, we're doing Jonathan Strange in March. Yeah. And Coda said reading. Yeah. I knew what you meant. And Suzanne, very nice. Well, welcome, Suzanne. And hello, Heather. How are you? And Heather says hello to me in the group. Love to be joining you this morning. Always wonderful to have you here, Heather. Thanks for coming. Tina says, oh, about the YouTube shorts. Yes, of course. I forgot you were saying that. I'm going back to reread that comment now. I don't know why I all of a sudden thought you were talking about books. Okay, Tina's comments on the YouTube shorts was that she's not interested in is I'm not interested in it's not books or crafting. Okay, so she's finding the content on YouTube shorts is odd. It's a lot of weird conspiracy videos. Oh, on YouTube shorts. That is weird. Okay. That's even weirder than what I was thinking. I was thinking you were describing the book you were reading because I forgot about the whole shorts conversation, which would have made really weird book content. So you see why I was like, what? But that's even weirder for shorts. I don't, yeah, I don't get that. Amy says, yes, whispers dissecting poetry roots. Yeah, 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 dissecting poetry like too far. Like it can be interesting if it's a poem you really like that you've reread multiple times and you want to get more out of it. But just like you've read the poem once, now let's dissect it to pieces. No. Nope. My favorite enjoyment of poetry is like reading it and experiencing the impact it has on me. And I don't always need to dissect it to figure out why that poem made me cry or whatever. And good morning, Sue. Nice to have you here. How are you doing? What are you reading this morning? And Rita says, "Ah, Tina, I get it. The YouTube. I just combined words. The YouTube algorithm is so not always to us, the consumer or creator, while TikTok is more organic to the creator and consumer, from what I've heard, anyways." Yeah, I have heard that, and that's probably what it must be, Rita, is the algorithm on TikTok. I have heard that TikTok is much easier to get people to see your content and to see the content you want to view. And it's got to be their algorithm setup. And Laura says, I have technically DNF'd Dune, but I'm planning on coming back to it. Okay, a soft DNF. That's what I call that. So fair enough. And Lynn says, I'd give yourself a couple of months for Jonathan Strange. It's dense. I have heard that. Yeah, I don't think Coda and I have a timeline. In theory, we're planning on a month, but we'll see how that goes. We'll let you know. Heather said, I wanted to read Jonathan Strange. Is this book for Mammoth March? I need to pull this out of my house foundation to join. Yes, join us, Heather. Join us. Yeah, it is a mammoth, so it would count for March of the Mammoth as anybody's doing it. But Coda and I had actually decided in January that we were going to read Jonathan Strange together, and then we've been putting it off ever since then. But we will read it in March. We are definitely reading it in March. Yeah, so pull it out, Heather, and anybody else who wants to. And Tina says, yeah, oh, Tina's laughing at me, and yeah, yeah, rightly so. We're laughing together. And Coda says, Jonathan isn't on my Libby. I don't think I have it on Libby either. I don't know if it was on Hoopla or I swear I found it somewhere. I hope I found it somewhere. And Kiana says, good morning. Good morning, Kiana. How are you? What are you reading today? Oh, it's not on Hoopla or Everend. Oh, maybe I didn't find it. Hmm. Okay, well, March is going to be an interesting month. And good morning, Sabasha. How are you? Good morning. Reading The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Very nice. Coda says, couple months. I'm also reading A Little Life next month. It's fine. It's fine, Coda. It's fine. You'll see my March TBR on Wednesday, and we can laugh together. Yep. 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 And Laura says, Jonathan Strange. I think I've read that. Looking forward to your guys' thoughts on it. Great. Great, great, great. Yeah, actually, from my 25 Mammoths video, Jonathan Strange was one of the most commented and recommended books off that list. The other one being Lonesome Dove. And Sue says, a steamy romance called A Deal with a Devilish Duke. Ooh, that does sound like a steamy romance. I hope you enjoy it. And Coda says, it's on Audible. Might just use a credit. Yeah, I hear you, Coda. I hear you, because I feel like my experience the first time I tried reading it was, like somebody else mentioned, it's very dense and felt very slow at the start. And like, not that I wasn't interested, but just, I don't know, maybe Rita says my shorts on TikTok do really well there, but on YouTube, nope. Maybe 1 in 12 hits over a couple of thousand. Yeah. And my YouTube shorts, she says her YouTube it's good steak. Well, but not if they're doing well on a different platform, right? Like, people like them, but somehow maybe on YouTube they're just not being shown to the people who like them. And Coda is also laughing. And Kiana says, I'll be reading Vivid by Beverly Jenkins. Nice. Have you read Indigo by her? I heard that's a very popular one. And Suzanne says, I really enjoyed Jonathan Strange when I read it a few years ago. I thought it was really well done. The atmosphere of that book is something I still think about regularly. Yeah, I've heard nothing bad about that book. People seem to just really, really enjoy it. So I'm looking forward to it. And see, Amy said she loved Jonathan Strange. And Lynn says Lonesome Dove. That's one genre I'd never touch. You know, I would not think of Lonesome Dove solely as a Western and thinking like, I don't want to read about cowboys and da da da. It is a Western. There are cowboys, but somehow he makes it work. Like, I don't feel like I ever thought about it as like cowboys running around shooting I don't know what it is about that book. I That's why partially why I wanna reread it, to see, like, what it is about the book that actually makes it so good, because it's not a genre that I don't think I've ever read a single other book in that genre, but I read Lonesome Dove a long time ago, and I loved it. And Kiana said, "Yes, read and loved Indigo." Awesome. And Tina says, "I love YouTube shorts from small book creators." Not talking about those videos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I got that. You're talking about the weird clips from podcasts with creepy music. No, I totally got, Tina, that you were saying that just overall, like, if you go outside the content you like, that it goes downhill very quickly. I guess those people are very motivated to make their shorts, or maybe they just don't have a lot to talk about. I don't know. Coda says, "I'm expecting to really enjoy it based on my experience of Piranesi." Yeah, I agree. I really like Susanna Clark's writing. I know I've heard the books are very different in terms of subjects, but I think she seemed like she'd be very strong as an author to me. Good morning, Brittany. How are you? Brittany is spending the morning editing. And Laura says, "I do have shorts on my channel, but only because Matt likes to mess around with making them for my long form videos." Yeah, well, and I think that goes back to what Tina was saying, is that, like, if you find content you like in YouTube shorts, that's good, but then the random content is something else. And Coda says, "Lonesome Dove is a Western, but it's really a soap opera." Yeah, maybe that. Oh, and the audio is so fun. I hadn't thought about it as an audiobook. I might have to do that in conjunction the next time I read that, because I could see that for sure. And you want to read the next in the series this June, so get that reread. Oh, I don't know, Coda. I don't do series. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably one and done with Dune. Like, okay, okay, but yeah, it will be coming up sooner than later on my TBR, I'm sure, because it's gonna go in my little acorn. Oh, I almost had it right there. My little acorn recommendation bowl, because everything that got highly commented on from that video is gonna go in that bowl. So, and Coda says, "Good morning to Brittany." Okay, that is the end of the comments that I can see. So before I keep prattling on, let's get to reading. So I'm going to start us with a nice 45-minute sprint. I'm going to hopefully knock out all my pages for Nat Turner so that I can then spend the rest of the day on Dune. If you weren't here at the very, very beginning, I mentioned that I am going to be on today until 5 o'clock. So we will probably do some mix between 40-minute sprints all the way up to an hour sprint and whatever, just depending on what's going on. Um, and Rita says she loves the acorn recommendation bowl. Yeah. my my husband said I should call it a wreck my reading bowl. So because he promised that's what he was gonna do when hubby pick comes up, is he's gonna wreck my reading. I was like, Thanks, thanks, honey." All right, let me share my screen. Don't know what I'm doing here. And sorry if I sound really nasally. I woke up this way and I'm still hoping it's gonna go away, but no promises. All right, I'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading. How did how did that sprint go for you guys? I I don't know if you were watching me, and I hope you weren't, but I, I've gotten to the point in this book where I'm reading the afterwards, which they admit at this point, because this is a 25th anniversary edition. They admit that it's William Styron's sort of defense and what he has to say about this book, because it initially came out to great acclaim and then very quickly went downhill and got a lot of negative criticism and backlash. And so that afterwards in this 25th edition, which is amazing that it was then still being republished 25 years after that, um, he sort of defends some of the claims that he's racist and sexist and a whole lot of other things. And I don't know that he's doing a good defense of himself. There's some of the things that I thought I was noticing in the book, and I was like, why is this in here? He explains. He's like, this is why it's in here. And one of the things that he says, guys, tell me what kind of defense you think this is he says, I don't claim a special innocence. Um, most people were and are racist. No, most white people were and are racist to some degree, but at least my racism was not conventional. So yeah, that's how his defense of his book is going. His words alone, and that's probably one of the not as crazy things that he says in the afterwards. So, yeah, wow, can't wait to Dune is looking better and better every minute. How did that sprint go for you? I'm so like overwhelmed by thoughts right now. Okay, to the comments, to the comments. Alicia says, "Hello everyone." Hello, Alicia. And there's so much about what he said. Let me tell you that comment and other comments, maybe except his "I'm special" comment that I don't agree with. I just don't agree with this guy. Miss Virtue, hi from across the pond. Hello, welcome. Good afternoon, evening. I think you're going into. Hope you're doing well. What are you reading today? Sorry, you're coming into like insanity of like my overflow thoughts here from this book I'm reading. And Karen says, today I'm reading If on a Winter's Night, a Traveler by Calvino and The Forgotten Beast of Eld by Patricia A. McKillop. How are you liking If on a Winter's Night, a Traveler, Karen? I read the first 3 chapters of that book, and it's not a long book. I loved chapter 1. If you guys have not read this book, chapter 1 is basically a book lover's life. Like, he's calling me out. I was like, I feel seen. I feel called out. Like, amazing. And then I got so confused. I feel like I need to take a class to understand and appreciate that book. And I wanted to, but I was just like, it's not happening. I DNF'd it. But let me know how you're liking it, Karen, because yeah. And Miss Virtue says, I finally finished Keisha the Sket by Jade LB, and I'm about to start Brittany's memoir, The Woman in Me. Ooh, I have that. I can see it just over. Oh, yeah, there it is. I was like, why don't I see it? Good morning, Christina. How are you? Getting coffee and booping the like button. Thank you, Christina. And Vanessa says hi to Rita and that she's just trying to play catch up and watch from the beginning in between meetings. I do that sometimes too, Vanessa, where I'm like, okay, what did I miss? What's happening? What's going on? And Coda says, gives Christina a heart. Kiana says, I ended up reading a couple of children's picture books with my daughter. How lovely. Which ones did you read? Do you have favorites? I'm like so like behind on like what modern picture books are now. Like mine are all from like almost 2 decades ago. And Lynn says, I have like 20 minutes left of Only Human. I also worked on my reading journal. Very nice. Yeah, my reading journal will be updated shortly. And Kiana says, hi, Brittany, Coda, Vanessa, Christina. And Coda says, hi to Kiana. Mary Hope says, that was a shower, get ready for the day sprint. Very nice. Well, hope you are all set and ready for your day. And Laura says, I ate lunch and only have about 20 pages left of Faybound. Yay! I hear a couple of books being finished today. And Coda's saying, OMG to this. Yeah, 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 yeah. I did you see me hit my head with the book trying to Y- yes, Rita. Like, I don't understand how I don't I'm just gonna continue with the comments. Yep. That it is. It makes zero yeah, I don't know, Kiana. I I have even watched video interviews on this guy talking about his book, and I'm like, you're not changing my thoughts. He reinforces them. Like whatever you think, he reinforces them. Yes, I know. I don't want to scar you guys. That's the things he says in this afterwards. It will be coming. There is a solo book review of this coming, and I will be sharing a lot from this afterward because you need to know. Like, it's not just me. Like, he also thinks some of the things that I said think, and he explains why. He explains where it comes from. Because there's times where I feel like stuff that he puts in the book, I'm like, this feels like the author, not like Nat Turner. And his afterwards is confirming, yeah, that was me. And I'm like, ew. Rita says, wow, right? What is that? Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah. Yes, that is right. Right. Yes, Laura. That is exactly right. And hello, James. Glad to have you here. I'm glad you made it. I know it's getting later for you, and I hope you didn't have to walk right into the middle of that, because especially if it was like, can you imagine coming into the sprint right as I'm reading that out loud? You would be like, and click. And Kiana's, yeah, yeah, that's his thoughts is like, I'm different. I'm not conventional. Because his thing was he admits that he grew up obsessed with Black people. And he acknowledged that he was racist about his obsession with them, but it's not common. So, yeah. And hi, Donna. Welcome back. You survived leaving your house. Yay! You're making such progress with that. That's amazing. I'm about to make tea. Ooh, what kind of tea? And start working on some booktube stuff and bookish things. Wonderful. Sounds like a amazing morning. So I hope you enjoy yourself. Rita says, Hubs and pups want to be walked, so I'll be back. Okay, Rita, sounds fun. And when you get back, Rita, let me know. I don't know how you're going to know that without seeing this, but I want to know what kind of puppy you have or dog, because I only see little glimpses of it. I need more pooch during those 6:30 morning sprints. And Alicia says, uh-oh, haven't read Dune yet. I'm going to make lunch, then read Strange the Dreamer. Nice. You guys are reading so many good books. All the things I want to read. Coda says, ooh, Karen, I have that book, but haven't read it yet. I picked it up so I'd have a book written in third person. Very nice. What's that a prompt for, Coda? And Sue says, I haven't read a Regency romance in many years. It is steamy. I read 4 chapters and played with my kitty, Eddie. Very nice. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Sue. Sounds like you are. And Karen says, I have tried to read the Calvino's book many times, and I have finally gotten to chapter 5. Yay. I feel like that is an accomplishment. It's confusing, but I'm enjoying it this time. Yeah. And the first chapter is like everything. And I think part of what threw me off was I wanted the entire rest of the book to just be continuing that first chapter. And I'm guessing it was too hard for him to do, and I can see that. The best that I heard someone recently explain it was that you kind of have to understand that they're all short stories, and that like from each section and each numbered part, and that there really is not going to be any bringing it back together. So I think based on that, I may try rereading it and reading it as a short story collection, even though it's not advertised by that, and I don't think that's what he considers it. But I think mentally, I need to consider it like that to get it through. And Kiana says, reread Bunny with a Big Heart and If You Plant a Seed. Aw, sounds heartwarming and cute and fuzzy, like bunnies. And Kiana says, just a couple of library books. Nice. And Christina gives a heart right back to Coda. Coda says hello to James. James says, it was so, I'm so sorry, James. I'm so sorry. I hope you caught that all of that is in reference to the afterwards in this book. I don't know if that makes it any better. Those were not my thoughts, which is why I made sure to hold up the book while I was reading it. But yeah, sorry, that's not what the rest of the sprint will be like. I'm just, my mind is just so blown by what I'm reading. Rita says, hi, James, Christina, Coda, and anyone I missed. Hello, hello. And Lynn says, a racist obsession with Black people sounds dangerous. Yes, it is. And then he wrote this in the first person perspective of a Black person. I'm just going to keep reading comments. And James says, I bought the Harry Potter series today. Yay! How nice. Have you ever read them before? And like, or did you take them out of the library to read them before? Something else he's going to do a read through? I think you will enjoy it. It's a good series. James says hello to Rita. Coda says hi to Rita. Donna says always orange pico tea. I usually get some loose leaf tea, but the last two stores closed down. Ah, darn. Well, I'm a huge fan of that flavor, and I pretty much like any tea that also incorporates that one in there. So, and Donna says, I'm slowly making progress, but still progress, which is very good. That is good. And Laura says, that tea sounds yummy. Yes, it does. Coda says it was on the 52 book challenge either last year or the year before, and I didn't end up participating. Very nice. I'm participating in that this year, Coda, and it comes up loosely and randomly here and there, but it is on my story graph. I am doing it. And good morning, Left to Read. How are you? If you'd like, you can share your first name. I think you have before. Have you been on here before? And anyway, it says, hello, everyone. I'm catching up on watching some YouTube videos. I did that this morning. Yep. And now I'm going to carry on with the Song of Achilles. Very fun. How are you enjoying it? I mean, it's in some ways it's not a fun book, but it's a good read. I enjoyed it. And good morning, Sophia. How are you? Made it to work and will be reading New Moon. Ooh, I have not heard of that one. And Donna says, it is very good, Laura, and with vanilla creamer. Oh, interesting. Oh, does that make it like a creamsicle, Donna? I never thought of that combination before, but I could see how that would be good. Alicia, I was confused in the beginning. I thought that afterwards was from Dune. You would have been like, wait a minute, Frank Herbert. What? What just happened here? No. The afterword I read was from the Confessions of Nat Turner. Not you. I'm sorry. That would have been very confusing. Very like, what's happening here? Oh my gosh, that's so awful. And Alicia's like, okay, now I get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm with you, Coda. I'm so sorry, Alicia. That would have made it that much more concerning and weird and like, where do we go from here, guys? Alicia, I mean, I don't get it, but no, I know what you mean. Like that would have just brought the comment to a whole nother level. And yes, no, different book, different book. James says, last time I read them, which is Harry Potter's, I was 15, so it was 8 years ago, and I was obsessed with the movies when I was a kid. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as much as adults that we like those books, as kids, it was like a whole nother level. James said, today I'm going to be editing my TBR video that comes out on Thursday. Very nice. And there's a surprise that happens during it. Ooh. Ooh, like, click. Yeah. Very exciting. Left to Read says, I've been here once. That's what I thought. And your name's Sarah. Okay, thank you, Sarah. And I'm enjoying it so far. Really loving the writing. Very good. I'm glad you're enjoying. And Laura says, I'm doing the 52 challenge too. Yay! And although I haven't paid much attention as I have been super focused on TBR-a-thon and now Battle of the Girl Bands and next month Realmathon. Yeah, and that's fair. I just like choose my TBR based on whatever I'm doing, and I'm just trying to fit in the prompts like wherever I can. Like I'm not specifically choosing. Or I do you know what I'm saying, Laura? Because I feel like that was a mess. But basically, I just choose my books for everything else, and I figure I have 52 weeks to make the books I'm already reading fit a prompt. That's a slightly better explanation of what I'm trying to say. Donna says, not creamsicle, but still good. I have had a tea that tasted like one though. Ooh, that sounds good. That's like my favorite popsicle flavor is creamsicle. And James says, what's the 52 challenge? So there is a website, not a website. There is a booktube channel now called the 52 Book Club Challenge. And it's literally a challenge that has 52 prompts. And the challenge is, in theory, to read 52 books a year. And they have a prompt for each one, but you can double up on prompts, that kind of thing. But it is a channel. Like if you put in 52 book club challenge, I'm pretty sure that channel will come up. But they just have a lot of really good prompts for like how to pick a book or whatever. So, and they are on Storygraph. They do have it set up on Goodreads. They have a little journal, which I have somewhere, and that kind of thing. And James says, love a good challenge. Yeah, it's fun. And Lynn says, if they fit, they fit. Exactly. And Christina asked also, what is the 52 challenge? Yep. And says, sorry, I missed something there. Had to restart my laptop. It's Monday morning. Oh, I know that feeling. Yeah. So hopefully you got that explanation. If not, it's you can look it up, 52 Book Club Challenge. I will try and put it in the link on the next sprint if I remember. And James said, that's cool. It is cool. It's really neat and sounds good. It is. And the channel is like really well done. And they have like bonus challenges. They also have, I think, one book each month that they read. And it's supposed to just be one of those things that's like helping you pick books potentially off your own physical own shelf, but you can use whatever. And Laura says, yeah, I get what you mean. I'm pretty much doing the same. Although thinking about putting the 52 prompts in my TBR jar that I'm making. Yeah, that's what I did. I have a little prompt bag, and in my prompt bag are those 52 prompts. Because that helps me like sometimes when I get that in my convoluted TBR game, it sometimes gets up and then I get a specific match. And Kiana says she thinks she'll check it out later. Awesome. And Amy says, got kids going and have 6 pages left of poetry collection. Very nice. Oh, so you made it quite a ways through. Is it a large collection? Let me know. Let me know. All right, our timer did go off. I am gonna go and finish the last few pages of this afterwards. Then I will probably update my reading journal, and then I will finally move on to June. But I'm probably going to spend the first 10 minutes of this sprint walking around and stretching my legs while I finish reading this. So let me go and share my screen again for you guys. And I'll go ahead and give us the full 45 minutes. So happy reading. I'll see you at the end of the sprint. Hey, okay, come on back. How did that reading sprint go for you guys? Mine went well, mainly because I finished the Confessions of Nat Turner and the afterwards, and no longer have to listen to an author bash all of his critics and poorly defend himself. So it, the rest of the afterwards had nothing overly crazy in it, though it's very clear that he hates book critics and cannot take criticism well. So that was interesting to see come through. Anyway, how did things go for you and you guys? I'm excited to move on to Dune because I need like, ooh, yeah, wow, I need something else. Oh no, I think I just got the hiccups. Okay, so we left off, and Sue was saying the 52 books is, yes, in 2024, they started a Facebook group, and she's been participating for 3 years now, and it's always fun. Very cool. I did see that. Thank you for mentioning that, Sue. And here's the link to their YouTube channel, but they are pretty well covered on most social media. And they use the Facebook group specifically, I think, if people want to post like ideas of what they're doing for the prompts or particularly the monthly ones. Good morning, Jaleesa. How are you doing today? And Jaleesa says, good morning, working. Hope everyone is doing well. And we hope you are doing well. I know Monday is a work day for you, so I hope it is going swell. And Amy says, no, it's a small collection of poetry. She's referring to the book, the poetry collection she's working through. And poetry is just slower reading for me. I agree, because I don't feel like it's, I mean, yeah, you can rush it and you've read all the words, but I don't feel like I personally, at least, experience poetry well if I'm rushing. And good morning, Rachel. How are you doing? Morning, lovelies. Hope we're having a magnificent day. I am doing well. I am having a wonderful day. How's your day? What are you up to? And Lynn says, I finished my book and did all the tracking and submitting and returning to Libby. Very nice. Yeah, I caught up my reading journal, um, at least for now, because I'm gonna have to do the rest of the catch up on a separate piece of paper because I have a lot of thoughts that I need to organize before I can film a review on that book in total. But I do need to still update my story graph on Nat Turner. And Lynn says, I'm going to head out. Bye, Lynn. Hope you have a great day. Going to take the son out for birthday lunch and shopping. That's fun. That sounds wonderful. Happy birthday to your son if you're not gone yet. And James said, had some food, and that was about it. Yummy. What did you have, James? I'm always nosy and want to know. And Lynn says, thanks for the sprint. You're very welcome, Lynn. Glad you could pop in even just for a bit. Laura said, I got Faybound finished. Yay. Oh, and a 5 stars. Yay. I love 5-star reads. Great. I'm glad you liked it. So, who would you recommend Faybound to, Laura? Or are you going to do a review on it? And we should go and watch your review when you do it. Let us know. And then Laura's going to switch over to 112263. It seems like everybody who's reading it really is enjoying 112263. Donna said, I put laundry in, ate a strawberry yogurt, currently planning my TBR video to go film, and my Bookstagram post that will be up today. Very nice. Well, that's done. And Kiana said she joined the 52 challenge. Yay! Good for you, Kiana. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. It's so low key because it's the whole year challenge. So Christina, I did some sprint hopping and was working on the spreadsheet while drinking my coffee. Sounds lovely, Christina. Who else is on right now? I know, I think at least Lovable Reader, I think, is also on right now. And Christina said good morning to Jaleesa. And Kiana said, oh, I just read, okay, yes, she joined the 52 book club challenge. And Sue said, mostly I played fetch with my kitty. I read a little over a chapter. Very nice. Well, I'm sure your kitty is satisfied as well. And hello, Isa. How are you? Are you reading Dune for the first time? I am reading Dune for the first time. Yes. Have you read Dune before? And if so, what are you reading right now? And I can say I'm liking Dune. I don't know if I'm going to end up loving it, but I'm liking it. And I'm very impressed by how close the movie stuck to the book, which I think is helping me understand what's happening a lot because I have seen the newer movie of it. And good morning, Jasper. How are you today? Hello, I finished Empress of Salt and Fortune. Now I'm reading Golden Sun halfway through, and I finally realized it's Golden Sun. Oh, true, not Golden Sun. And that's giving you predictions. Interesting. Okay, so Empress of Salt and Fortune, that's like a almost like a short story, right? Where it's like a short novella series, if I recall correctly. And then Golden Sun, I know, is part of Red Rising. And from the little bit that I know of the plot of Red Rising, yeah, that also makes me have some ideas of what might be happening or about to happen in that book. And Christina was saying good morning to Rachel. Hello, Dee. How are you today? What are you up to? And Dee says, hi, Nicole. I jumped in and did some studying and ready for a reading break. What are you reading there? So I was reading, you can go back and watch what happened. I was reading The Confessions of Nat Turner by William Styron, and I was reading the afterwards because I finished the book and I have all these thoughts on it and things that I want to somehow condense into my book review on it. But I am now moving over to Dune. So I will be reading Dune for the remainder of the day. And Alicia says, I brought 2 fresh eggs in to eat and dropped them both on the floor. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry, Alicia. I have never had fresh eggs, but I've heard they're amazing. And obviously you can't get 2 more fresh eggs instantly. I'm sorry, boo. And yeah, that does seem like a Monday thing. And Suzanne says, I got to page 142 of the Song of Achilles. Wonderful. How are you enjoying it? Like, how are you liking it? Do you like it? Are you feeling like I'm just reading to finish it now? And Laura said, I'm on page 384 of 719. Will I be able to finish it today? Good question. Let me know how that works out for you. And Suzanne said, I'm interested to see your thoughts on Dune. I've never read it or watched it before, and I keep going back and forth on whether I'd like to try it or not. Well, I can say this. I'm reading it mainly because my husband really likes it and he's been recommending it to me for ages. I have seen the more recently released movie of it, and I read um, all 3 of the graphic novels on it that are currently out. And despite all that, I feel like it's still interesting enough, even though like all 4 of those things basically gave away everything. But I also feel like I needed all 3 graphic novels and the movie to make this not a complete chore to get through because it's a lot, and I question whether it's a lot just because it's sort of high fantasy and feel or whether it's just a lot. I haven't totally decided yet. And I'm enjoying it, but I'm not like, best book ever. Let me read the next 20 in the series. Not yet, anyway. And Issa says, I just finished Heretics of Dune and started reading Bunny by Mona Awad. Very nice. And if you enjoy Bunny, Issa, I'd wait until after you've read the book. But another YouTuber, Frank Fiction, her name is Alex, she just posted yesterday, I think, a book review of Bunny. And I think she does a really good job in her book reviews. So that's one you can check out when you're done. And James says, quarter pounder meal from Macas. Oh, that sounds delicious. And what is Macas? Not familiar with them. Clearly, some quarter pounder chain near you. And Donna says, good morning to Christina. Jasper is saying to Suzanne, Red Song of Achilles is so sweet and cute and tragic. Hope you like it. Yeah, it was not what I expected because I thought more of what was at the end of the book was going to be towards the middle of the book, but I enjoyed it. And Kiana says, got the kids off to school. Laura says, I am reviewing it on this week's video. Okay, very good. So we will wait to hear your review on this week's video. And Christina says, I need to work on 11/22/63. Yeah, I know. I haven't been hearing you guys talk about that all that often. It seems like a lot of people have slowed down. And Suzanne says, thank you, Jasper. I just got to a part that made me angry upset. Ooh. Hmm. I read the book a little while ago. I'm trying to think what part would have made me feel that way. And Christina says, yes, Carissa is on right now and just Martine. Okay, very nice. Yeah. So those are two other booktubers that you can see. Carissa is uh YouTube channel is Lovable Reader, and just Martine, that's the name of her channel. And so you can go and watch their sprints or hop in if you like. And Patricia, hello, Patricia. How are you doing today? And says, I'm just joining in. I'm 83 pages into Happy Place. Very nice. That's at Emily Henry, right? Are you enjoying it? Have you read other works by her? Jaleesa says hi to Christina. Coda says part two of the movie comes out March 1st. I know, I know. And it will be based on the second half of the book. Yes, I have heard that. So that's why I'm trying to finish it. Not that I'm going to be in the theaters on March 1st, but I know my husband will want to see it while it's in the theaters. So I do want to read all of this book because like I said, I've read the 3 graphic novels, and I don't think it was until the 3rd graphic novel that it got past the movies, where the first movie went. So I'm guessing the 3rd graphic novel of Dune gets into the second half of the book, if that makes sense. And Coda said hello to Jaleesa. And Alicia said, I'm glad you're liking Dune so far. I am. I think it's really good. I really, really liked the movie. And I thought the graphic novels were beautiful and really well done. And I like the premise overall. I think it's just like there's just so much. There's just so much. And Jaleesa says hello to Coda. And Jasper says, Empress of Salt and Fortune is a novella about an old lady telling a younger cleric about her first loves in a poly relationship with the Empress and another servant girl. Okay, that's totally not the book that I was thinking it was. Oh, I think the book I'm thinking of is something else. Okay, well, that sounds really complicated and interesting. How was it? And Dee says, I've never read Dune, but I loved the first movie and think about reading it now. I'm worried about the writing style of those older fantasy books. You know, I would actually say I don't feel like it reads like an older fantasy. Like I know what you're talking about. I would say that to me, it actually feels like something that could have come out more recently. And honestly, I think if it had have come out more recently, I think it would have been solidly casted as fantasy and not sci-fi. Because it's not very sci-fi heavy, in my opinion. There is like technology in it, but I don't feel like that's a main feature of the book. I would say, Dee, that if you like current like high fantasy, then you would probably like I'd at least give Dune a try because he'd probably like it. Jasper says to Suzanne, there are a lot of those throughout the book, but I think it was so well done. I was about halfway through when it finally hit that it's based on Greek tragedy, but it's so beautiful. Yeah. I remember I don't know what I was reading. It might have been a comment or something where somebody was saying um how hard it struck them because they knew it was Greek, but they didn't know the story of Achilles, and so they were completely shocked by the entire book. And they were like, I don't know how I didn't know that story, but yeah. Anyway, and James says Macas is Aussie for McDonald's. Oh, okay, okay, very, very good. Oh, you know what? Now that you say that, James, I have heard that before somewhere. And Christina says, "No, I just had more of a time frame for all the other books." I get that. Yeah, I do too. Laura says, "Oh no, I generally thought Alex's name was Frank. Oh no. Now I realize that the name Frank fiction means that they're being frank about fiction. Yep. Oh my gosh, if I had a brain, I would be dangerous." Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure she must get that all the time. Because I initially thought that as well. I was like, oh, is her name Frank? And it's not. Her name's Alex. And Vanessa says, yay, I have about 40 minutes till my next meeting since what meeting was super short. Yay. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll get back into a little thing, or maybe you just want to chat. Running downstairs to make lunch. Yep. Be right back. Very nice. Tell us what you have for lunch, Vanessa. And James says hello to Vanessa. And Vanessa says hello to James. Morning to Vanessa. James, okay, should I read Lesson in Chemistry or Harry Potter? I'd say do lessons in chemistry. I feel like it reads pretty fast, and then you can just go and like binge read Harry Potter afterwards. Unless you're thinking you might want a break in the middle of Harry Potter. That was not helpful at all. Let us know what you decide. Brittany says, late back, I was washing dishes and watching Bree's new video and clearly lost track of time. Totally fine, Brittany. I do that all the time. And Jasper says, I tried to read Dune before the movie came out, but I couldn't understand. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't have understood either without the movie, like, or that I would have DNF'd it because I just wouldn't have cared to get through all of it. I read the first 2 or 3 chapters over and over and had no idea what was happening, and I finally gave up. Yeah, yeah, I feel like I would have done the same thing, Jasper, so I'm glad that I've seen the movie and read the graphic novels first. And Rita says, more pooch will do. He's a lab pay, half lab and half Shar-Pei. Nice. Apparently, some designer dog we found at the rescue shelter. Oh, abandoned at 4 months. Well, not anymore. And who does that? I don't know, but he's my baby now. Oh, and he's 2 years old. Oh, and I'm sure the best thing that's happened to him. And Rita is back. Yeah. And Christina says Harry Potter has a few books, James, but they read fast and you can read them with us when you get caught up. That's true. That's also another option. They're talking about it each night while you're sleeping. And oh, Sarah, I don't know where I got Suzanne from. I'm sorry. I've been calling you Sarah this whole time. I'm so sorry. And Jasper, it is really well written and I'm enjoying it a lot. I knew it was Greek mythology, but don't know anything about the story. So, first time experience for me. Very good. Okay, so I'm calling you Suzanne, and that's really somebody else's name, and you're Sarah, and I'm so sorry. And thank you for just so like kindly putting that now as part of your call name, I think is what YouTube calls it. You could have just corrected me too, but I get it. And Jasper says, maybe watching the movie, then trying to read it would be a good idea. Yeah, I would suggest that. It worked well for me. And Christina, or James says to Christina, what are you guys up to? Christina says, good morning, Brittany. And James meant, what are you up to until, as in, like, what book are you up to? Mary Hope read some Warbreaker. Now I'm making some homemade tomato soup with grilled cheese. Ooh, that sounds so good. I keep seeing pictures everywhere of like grilled cheese sandwiches with tomato soups. And yeah, I want that. And Brittany says, good morning to Christina. Kiana votes for lessons in chemistry. Christina says, James, we just started book 4 last night and we'll be reading chapter 10 on Thursday. And Christina says, but the first 3 are really short. I agree. The first 3 are much shorter and go very quickly. So by Thursday, you might be able to catch up. And Kathy said, just joined. Hello, Kathy. How are you? Thank you for joining. Welcome, welcome. Reading The Boys and the Boat next sprint. I have not heard of that book. What genre is that? And Jasper said, I liked Empress of Salt and Fortune. Some people said it was confusing, which I can see. I can't tell if the characters were literally animals or if it's symbolism. Either way, you enjoyed it. Okay, so it is the book that I was thinking of. So Jasper, Empress of Salt and Fortune, that's the one that has like a rabbit and some other animals or something like that on the front, on the cover of the book. I did not realize that that's what that book's about, though. So I could see how that, and then not knowing if they're animals or not, would be confusing. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Christina said, then you could read lessons in between. Yeah, that's true. And Sarah said, I notice you keep calling me Suzanne. I know, I'm so sorry. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. No, I did the same thing because people were forgetting what my name was as well. And so I added it to the end. I think it just helps. I don't know why YouTube doesn't design it so that you can have your channel name, but then when you're in the chat, you have a chat name. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sorry about that again. And Coda says, James, the first 3 are only 4 to 8 hours a piece on audio, depending on what speed you listen at. Yep. And James says, I think I'll do that. Read the first 3 books and then read with you guys. Fun. Yay. And then read lesson in chemistry. Yep. There you go. And Sarah says, haha, don't worry about it. It happens. It does. Yeah. I corrected you as well as adding my name to the usernames to help others out. Yep, good, great. I think that's I literally ended up doing the same thing. And Kathy says, yeah, I join frequently but never chat, but I'm feeling chatty today. It's a nonfiction book. Very good. Well, I'm glad you're joining us in the chat today. That's fun. And she said it's about the men's rowing team and their journey to win the gold at the 1936 Olympics during World War II. Oh, I'm going to have to look back at the name of your book again because that story sounds familiar for some odd reason. I'm going to have to look that up. James says, oh, this copy of Philosopher's Stone has a map of Hogwarts at the beginning. Nice. I'm guessing that you weren't expecting that. Oh, and my comments are stuck here. And Coda says, fun. That is fun. That's really cool. And oh yeah, I read what Kathy's book was about. And Sarah says, I was thinking the same thing. It'd be good to have a username and a place to add your personal name. But nope, yeah, no. There's definitely things that YouTube does that I'm like, I don't get why you don't do this. And Christina says that's cool, James. And Jesper, yeah, the old lady telling the story is just called Rabbit, and there's a character I think is supposed to be a bird or something. I really don't know the animal stuff. Just thought the story was great. Yeah, I think from what I have heard, it seems like the where the animals come in or how that works is the confusing part of the book. And Christina says that she's never seen that. Yeah, it must be a specific edition. And Kathy said they just made a movie in 2003. Maybe that's why it's sounding familiar. That's probably what it is. And James has also never seen the book in the front. Miss Virtue, I'm back. Yay! What have you missed? Fortunately not as much this time. Let's say I wasn't like a, shocked beyond belief by my book this time, but we've just been talking about all the books that we're reading. So, yeah, Christina, we usually don't see any kind of map until book 3. Yeah, that is sort of surprising because I think they kind of felt like before then it would be giving too much away. And Coda said, I don't think any of my first 4 have a map. I'm looking at my Harry Potter now. I'm kind of curious. I doubt mine do because mine are I think all first editions, and I'm pretty sure I feel like it was really late in the first couple editions before you saw a map. And Miss Virtue says thumbs up. Yeah. All right. So there's the end of the comments. That was a really long one. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm thinking of yeah. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and get us going with our next sprint, and I'll save my thought for for later. And let me just restart our timer here for 45, and we'll go for another 45, and I will see you after the sprint. Happy reading. Hello, hello. Welcome back. So, how did your sprint go? Mine was good. I ate a little lunch. I just had some like buffalo chicken dip and some chips and a cookie, and I'll probably see what kind of fruit we have. So I did that, and then I started reading Dune. I have about 20-ish pages left in part one of the book, and it's going well. Um, I won't talk about anything that's happening in what I'm reading because I feel like all of that would just be a spoiler. So, yeah, so that's good. I feel like I'm going to catch up to where I want to be today, um, which I guess I have to figure out. Um, I mentioned really early on that I'm trying to read about 120 pages a day, starting from Saturday, I think, something like that. So that'll be finished by the end of the month. Anyway, what are you guys reading? How did you do? How was that sprint for you? What did you work on or read? Christina, we were talking about maps in Harry Potter before we left, and Christina was saying that the map in book three was part of the story, and we don't actually see it in the map in the book itself. And Rachel said hello to Christina and Dakota. And Rita said, okie dokie, made tea for both myself and Hubs and cleaned up the kitchen. Very nice. I think tea and probably some cleaning of the kitchen are going to be part of my next list as well. Rita said, back to editing. Yeah. Okay. Hope it's going well still for you, Rita. And good afternoon, Kay. How are you doing? And hope we are all well. Yes, yes. We seem to all be doing well. How are you today, Kay? And what will you be working on? Hello, Stacy and Steph. And Stacy and Steph say, hi, friends. Happy Monday on a staycation and working today. Oh, well, those don't seem to go together, Stacy. Are you are you on a staycation or about to start a staycation, but then you're also working? Or are you just doing like work around the house? And then Vanessa said, back lunch is chicken and rice. Yeah, how boring. It can be, but sometimes you can spice it up a little bit. But yeah, it's a pretty common meal, right? And Vanessa says hi to Christina. And Vanessa says, sadly, back to another meeting. All right. Well, I hope your meeting goes well. And Vanessa says, I'll be here to chat soon. Wonderful. And hello, bookskers and purrs. It's Leslie, right? Let me know if I remembered that correctly. And Leslie says, good morning and happy Monday, everyone. I'm just here for the vibes. I know that feeling. Well, very good. Well, I hope you enjoy your time here. And Sarah says, made myself a cup of tea and got to page 172 of the Song of Achilles. Very nice. Tea seems to be the game. Okay, so all the tea people, what are you having? I know Donna was having orange pico. If I make some tea, ooh, I'm either probably going to go for a black tea or maybe a herbal tea, which I have is Bengal Tiger, which is like a spicy tea. And Sarah says, just spent a few minutes looking up some chapter summaries for the last few chapters, as there were some new character introductions, and was making sure I knew how they were all linked to the story. Sounds fair enough. Yeah, I do feel like there were like quite a few who joined at one point, and I was like, I don't think my Greek mythology is good enough to know who all these people are supposed to be. Hi, Miss Starbuck. How are you? Miss Starbuck says hello to everyone. What are you up to today? Let us know. And Kiana said, no reading that time. Fair enough, Kiana. And James, 45 pages of Harry Potter read. Kiana had to start work. Yep, Pomodoro, that's right. Take a little break now. Miss Starbuck, the book I am reading is lovely. Yes, what were you reading? Because I'm pretty sure, are you still reading the same thing you were reading on Friday? And Christina says, seasonings makes everything better. Yes, so true. Ooh, and some rosemary. That's a nice thing. I don't think I cook with rosemary enough. And Miss Virtue, no reading here. Oh, it seems like a lot of people just didn't get reading done. I think it's getting on to meal times for some of us. Laura said, got to page 418. Okay, you're chugging right along, Laura. I mean, at that pace, maybe in the today's possible, right? You only have 300 pages more to go. And Kathy says, halfway through The Boys in the Boat, it makes me so sad for the main guy, Joe, and how he struggled in his early life, but it's a really good book. It sounds really good. I looked it up and I don't think I did know about this book. I was thinking of another book that was also about rowing that was written by a history professor that my son had talked to. So I think just the thought of rowing, and I almost want to say, I think his book was just about rowing in general. Either way, I looked up the author and it's not the same person. So Jaleesa says eating lunch, working, and did some language learning. And listening was the format she used. Very nice. I know you're always on top of your language learning. And Patty says, "Hi guys. Hi Patty. How are you?" And Patty's been lurking, just had veggie enchiladas for lunch. That sounds delicious. And hopes to read Please Look After Mom by Kyung Suk Shin. Wow, that sounds like a good one. Are you enjoying your read, Patty? Let us know. Sue made myself some oatmeal and hot cocoa and fed the cats. Ooh, oatmeal and hot cocoa. That sounds cozy to me. Cozy, comforting. And Kay said, reading Caravel. Not read for days, but trying to muster. Trying to muster through. Sounds like it's going for you. And Sue still have about a third of the book to go. Okay, fair enough. Beck said had a cinnamon raisin bagel. I think we all got hungry on that sprint. That's the common theme I'm seeing here. And then some chips and salsa for lunch. I'm ignoring all of the roasted veggies I cooked yesterday that are eyeing me every time I open the fridge. I do that where I'll cook something and then I'll be like, yeah, not you. But roasting vegetables is one of my favorite cooking techniques for them. And Rita says hi to Stacy and Steph. Christina says, I got my second cup of coffee, meaning productivity time. So I folded and put away all the laundry, got dressed, made the bed, and read 2 chapters. That is really productive there. So that's good. Yeah, that second cup is like, okay, ready to go. Mary Hope made it to 83% in Warbreaker and started reading Fall of Ruin and Wrath. Who's Fall of Ruin and Wrath by? Is that Joe Abercrombie? I don't remember, but it sounds like Warbreaker is going good. And okay, Leslie, yay! I'm glad I got it right. And Beck said got through 2 chapters of Maltese Falcon so far. Oh, so just over halfway now. Oh wow, I didn't realize it was that short of a book. How are you liking it? Like I know at first you were kind of like, meh, okay, okay. And Jasper said read 2 chapters of Golden Sun, now making breakfast. Wonderful. What are you making for breakfast, Jasper? Donna said, filming my TBR, and I was about to talk, and I forgot to mute you. So I'm now in your video. Oh, lovely. How fun will that be? Yes, please tag me so that I can watch. That will be so hilarious. I mean, not fun to have to like re-record that part, but yeah, bloopers. Yep, me. And Beck says, I love black tea, but weather has been very spring-like, so I'm drinking, a cherry blossom green tea. Wow, that sounds amazing. Is it floral in flavor? That sounds really fun. Yeah, my favorite black tea is by a company called Red Rose. I think it has very like mild, smooth taste for just everyday drinking tea. And Alicia says, read a little of Strange the Dreamer, and you're going to have to take a break and do some yard work. Okay, do you have it on audiobook? Is there an audiobook for it that you can keep listening to it? But I guess it depends on the type of yard work. And Alicia, you must live somewhere warmer than I do that you have yard work that you can do. Because my yard work right now is like trim back more dead things. And Heather says that she's working, but really hope one day that she's off on a Monday to read with you. Yeah, I hope so too. But speaking of which, Heather, to celebrate hitting 1K, which thank you, all of you, because that's the only reason my channel has grown, is that you guys watch the silly things I put out. But in celebration of that, I decided what better way to celebrate with my viewers other than hanging out and reading even more with people. So if you haven't looked, you can check my channel and I have posted pre-posted all the next sprints that I'm going to be doing at the end of this week. So I will be sprinting on Thursday this week, Friday, Saturday, and next Monday and Tuesday. So I'm taking Sunday off because my husband's coming back from a trip and I figured he'd want to spend time with me. But if he doesn't, maybe I'll do a pop-up sprint. But anyway, so I'll be sprinting all of those days for quite a few hours most of those days. So maybe you'll be able to join then, Heather, and just read and hang out and have fun and do whatever. And Rita says the distractions this morning are real. On the next sprint, she's editing only, turns on the get lost sign. Yes, Rita, I know that feeling. I forget what I was doing. I think it was either Saturday or Sunday. I was trying to sprint, and in one sprint, I got 2 phone calls, a text. My husband needed something, my son needed something. It I was like, "I'm just not even gonna try anymore." It was crazy, and, like, I think it took me, like, 4 sprints before I could actually read or do whatever it was I was trying to do, so I can totally relate to that. And Miss Starbucks says, "Yes, same books, still, I'm reading The Readers of Broken Wheel," recommended by Katrina Bivald. Oh, interesting. The Readers of Broken Wheel. I have not heard of that one. And Leslie said, "Yeah, I need to finish The Reformatory by Saturday morning. I think I might get sick and miss work Wednesday." Yeah. Well, how that goes well for you. Um, the reformatory, is that the one that is on that school that was in Florida school for boys that, what is it, Colson Whitehead based the Nickel Boys on? Is that what the reformatory is? I feel like there's a book like that or somewhat like that with that name. And Sarah says, "I'm just drinking some English breakfast tea, very British of me." Yeah. I don't really venture out with tea. I take recommendations though. Very nice. Yeah, well, English breakfast tea is a classic. Um, I really like my favorites are probably Earl Grey. For black tea, the Red Rose. I do like Pimm's and maybe Sleepy Time by Celestial Seasons. Is that what they're called? Those are probably the ones that I, like, repurchase the most frequently. And Rita says, y'all are making me hungry." Yeah. I know, that was like a list of food, and oh, yeah, we read too. And Miss Starbucks, "Lovely feel-good book, also a book about books." Oh, I love books about books. Very nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And glad I just got dinner. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I totally agree. "Hello, Tia. How are you?" And Tia says, "Hey, all. I'm working and listening to Wellness by Nathan Hill. It's really good, and the narrator is great." Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. What is wellness about? Is it about like health and wellness? And is it a fiction or a nonfiction? That would be my other question. And Alicia said, "No, not Joe Abercrombie, but I love that you know him." Yeah, I used to read a ton before I had my son, which is now almost 2 decades ago. And then I really struggled to continue reading after I had a kid because I realized that I was always like a sit down and read for long periods of time, and that did not happen with the newborn. And so it was just a few years ago that I really got back into reading consistently, and it was fantasy books that did that. So I really explored a lot in the fantasy genre. I've never read Joe Abercrombie, but that's how I came across him. And Mary Hope says, "Fall of Ruin" is by Jennifer L. Armentrout. Oh, okay. But it sounds like something that would be written by like Joe Abercrombie or what is it? What's his face? Gwyn, right? Like, doesn't it sound like one of those fantasy books too? Somebody else is like telling. Jasper says, "I'm making chicken and rice." Oh, so you can join Vanessa. "It's almost noon here, but my schedule is crazy due to my work schedule. So 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is breakfast time." Yep, I totally get that. Work can definitely dictate our eating times for us. So that is a thing that happens. And Stacy and Steph working from a different location, basically. Oh, okay, I gotcha. "Hope to take some time off to explore the area. Got a lot done, and now about to have some lunch." Oh, that's really cool. That's nice that you get like a different location to go to. I get it now. Very nice. Hope you enjoy that and enjoy your lunch. And Alicia says, "I don't have the audiobook. It feels like spring here today." Oh, okay, you're in Georgia. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm like, where are you like doing yard work, cutting, like nothing here is growing yet. and 68 to 70 degrees and windy. Yeah, it's in the high 50s here where I am. It's supposed to be nice and warm today. And Heather says, off Thursday through Saturday. Yay! Great. Hope you're able to make some. And congratulations. Thank you so much, Heather. Yeah, you're part of it, right? You're all part of it. You guys are it. And Beck says, oh, I meant 2 chapters during the sprint. I started this morning about 35% through the book, and it's still slow going, but I think I want to finish it rather than DNF. Fair enough. And I think that's always like the hard thing to decide, right? Especially if there's a book where you know at some point that you're just not going to love it. Like it is hard to decide sometimes like, okay, is it worth still finishing it? And I feel like I usually end up finishing books that I'm not enjoying when I get to the point where I want to be able to review it and be able to say something about it. And I feel like I can't truly review a book if I haven't finished it. And Christina says hi to Stacy. And Sarah says, congrats. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. And Beck says, also, the cherry blossom tea mostly tastes like green tea, but it has a great floral scent. Very nice. Yeah, I find that teas like that very rarely have like what would cherry blossoms taste like, right? But it's nice that it has that floral scent to it. And Miss Starbucks, no recomment is part of the title. Oh, okay. And Katrina is the author. Okay. Yeah, and I realize you mean recommend. Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting title name. And Alicia said, I've only heard good things about the Reformatory. Yeah, if it's the book that I'm thinking it is, same. Yeah. And Miss Starbuck, I've got it out of a little free library. It hasn't been recommended to me. Oh, well, yeah, that can happen sometimes. It was free, right? Like that always helps. And Jaleesa says, Sleepy Time Tea by Celestial is so good. I love the smell of the spearmint. Yeah, I really like it too. And I swear it does actually make me sleepy, but it might just be because I have connected with bedtime. And Miss Starbucks, it's 18:35 p.m. there, which would be 6:35 here in the Netherlands at the moment. Okay, so a nice evening. And Laura says it feels like spring in the UK too. Yeah, I think it's supposed to feel like spring like through most of our latitude because I think we're all around the same latitude-ish. Um, and Jasper says it's 73 degrees Fahrenheit right now. My apartment is in the laundry room, so it always gets hotter than the outside temp. Nice during the winter, but yeah, it stinks in the summer. I could see that. And you refuse to turn your AC on. Yeah, I don't blame you for that. I would also be like, no, we're not doing this. We're not getting into that. And Sarah says, I'm in the UK too, Laura, and I'm so glad it's starting to feel like spring. Was really getting sick of the cold. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad. I hope you guys get a nice, like, slow start to spring and easier way into the warmer months. Unless you want to go more quickly into that, but I'm not sure many people do yet. Rita says, ugh, sunken cost fallacy. I get that with a lot of some books. Yep, gotta finish it, but I'm no longer enjoying it. Yeah, exactly. And I won't do it with movies though. Thumbs down and move on. Yeah. So fair. So fair. And Sarah says, okay, I'm going to have to see if I can find some sleepy time tea. I've never seen it before. Yeah, it's really nice. It's basically just a chamomile tea, Sarah. So, but Celestial Seasons, they call it sleepy time. I think theirs is like caramel, chamomile and spearmint mixed together. And Rita says, have you tried the sleepy time detox one? That one is good and helps with digestion. I think I have one time recently, randomly, because it sounds familiar. Leslie says, yes, sorry for the late response. The reformatory is a punishment type facility for troubled kids, basically a place where free labor and abuses would take place. It's by Tanana Reeve Dew. Okay, yeah. So I think that is the book that I've heard about. And Laura says, hey, fellow Brit, to Sarah, yeah, it's really nice, although I love cold weather. And Kay says, great grit bitten. Yeah, UK in the house. Yeah, exactly. I know. I love it. I love it. And Heather says it's 76 with a breeze here, though my through my palm trees and three horses laying flat in the sun. Nice. Sounds like they're loving it, Heather. I don't blame them. And Laura says, yeah, high five to Kay. And Kay, spring will be epic. I predict a great summer for us Brits this year. Well, I hope you guys get that. And Sarah says, hello to Laura. Yeah, I like cold weather until January hits, basically, and then it's too much for me. Not a fan for summer, though, so definitely hoping for long, slow spring. And Lori, hello, Lori. Thanks for joining the chat. 62 here today. Wednesday will be 22. What? What? Where did the bottom fall out there, Lori? What happened? And Christina's trying to figure out supper before hubby leaves. Yeah, you want to send him off to the mines with thoughts of good things to come back to, right? And James, yeah, James is continuing the Great Britain. Rah, 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 rah. Yeah, yay for our neighbors across the pond. And Miss Starbucks throws in that she loves summer. All right, let's go ahead and get back to our next sprint. I think I'm going to make myself a quick cup of tea because after all that tea, it sounds amazing. And Jaleesa is saying it's 79 where I am, and the high is 84. Ooh, Texas. And my AC is confused. Yeah, mine would be too. And she had the heater on just a couple days ago. And Christina's hubby is having some stew before he heads off to the mines. Yum, 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 yum. All right, I'll see you guys after the next sprint. Happy reading. All right. Come on back. That was perfect timing for me. I just finished book one in Dune. And yeah, it's getting good. It's been good for a while. So, but getting on to some exciting times, the next step in everything that's happening in there. So that's exciting. So, how did everybody's sprint go? Let me know in the chat. Also, I'm thinking for our next sprint, it's about 1:30. And as I mentioned earlier, I'll be on until 5 today. So I was wondering if you guys for our next sprint wanted to do an hour-long sprint to kind of give us some like it's really only an extra 15 minutes, but give us some extra time reading. And Coda says, James over here giving us the GBs. Nice. Yes, yes, there was a Great Britain chant going on at one point. And Laura says, right, I'm banning myself from chatty bits until I've read another 100 pages. Will be lurking. Sounds like Laura would be up for a longer sprint for sure. And Vanessa says, okay, I'm here to stay. Yay! Welcome, Vanessa. Hope all your work went well this morning and whatnot. And Sarah says, hey, Dr. B, Vanessa, hope your meetings went well. Yes. And Christina says, yay, Vanessa, yay! I wish I could, do all the little reactions and stuff that there are on the live stream. And in case you guys didn't notice, if we're on StreamYard, unless we also have YouTube pulled up in the background, we can't see all the little reaction fun things. So yeah, that's a bummer. And Amy says, finished the poetry book, nice, and started listening to Persuasion by Jane Austen while making lunch. Sounds like a lovely afternoon. How'd the poetry finish out? Did you enjoy it? Would you recommend it? And have I read Persuasion? I don't think I've read Persuasion. Have you read Persuasion before? Let me know. And Vanessa says, Sarah, thanks. I think so. Just so happy I can decompress now. Yes. There's nothing like finishing the workday, especially if the work doesn't have to like continue coming with you. Jessica! And Jessica says, yay, Nicole, I'm here. Just woke up and health issues are really sucky right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Jessica. Having a cup of tea in bed and receiving kitty cuddles. Well, that's a good way to start the day at least, especially if there's going to be some not so great sides. So I hope you enjoy your cup of tea and your kitty cuddles and that it starts to help you feel a little more right as rain. Or I guess, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Anyway, Sarah says, I bet to Vanessa. Yep. And Vanessa says, so excited to be here for a chatty bit. Yay. Glad to have you, Vanessa. What are you doing the rest of the day, Vanessa? Are you going to be reading with us, doing some other productive stuff? What do you have going on? And Kate says 58 pages of Caravel read, and you've nearly finished this for now. Right? Did I read that right? I've nearly finished this now. No, you've nearly finished it. Very good. Making some good progress. And Rachel says, by the way, congrats. Yeah, thank you. I know. I hadn't even finished the hadn't even started celebrating the 1K. And I'm like, no, I'm at 1.5 and I cannot make 2000 anytime soon. Like I have plans for the first 1,000. Not that I'm complaining, but I am very appreciative to all you. And Vanessa says, yay! And yay to Vanessa as well, who also recently made 1K. In fact, there are a lot of people that I watch that just made their first 1,000 like in the last, I feel like really just in the last month. So congratulations to everybody. And because I know Stacy and Steph also hit 1K recently. And Patty says 35 pages and sitting with puppies and sunshine. That just sounds marvelous, Patty. I don't know if you ever watched Phineas and Ferb, but that reminds me of the Do Nothing Day where it's like puppies, wet noses, and butterfly kisses and rainbows on a Do Nothing Day. Like that's what it sounds like you're having, Patty, and it sounds amazing. And Rachel says, I think I missed like 3 chats because I was repotting and transplanting things before the rain. Well, hey, at least you got a lot done. So, and hopefully it rains a nice amount to help all your things grow. And Rachel says hello to Dr. B. And Kay says, yay, love an hour, 45 minutes feels like 20. Yes, I have that feeling sometimes too, Kay, where I'm like, what happened? What happened to that? Though sometimes an hour feels like 20 minutes as well. Like, especially if the book is getting good. And Rita says, finished videoing, editing video one. Yay! Go, Rita. Nice progress. Kathy said, no reading, but was getting some reselling work done. Made a sale. Yay! And 1 hour works for you. Good. Good, good, good. Well, that sounds like a really awesome time. Like, hey, making money instead of reading. I'll take it. Christina says, I did some sprint hopping and just watered the plants and figured out supper, then sent hubby off to the mines. Well, very good. Sprint hopping. The plants are going to be successful. Figured out dinner. Hubby got his food before he went to the mines. And longer sounds good to you too. Wonderful. An hour sounds good. Yep, yep, yep. Hour, an hour. And we can always go back to shorter if we want to. That's totally cool. And Sarah says, I got no reading done. Probably going to make food and then get back to it. So hour sprints would be great. Perfect. Yeah, no, that's the other nice thing about the hour is that like you can spend a good 15, 20 minutes doing something else, and then you still have a nice long time to read. And Jasper says, my reaction to current events in my book. The betrayal, poor guy. But I've also had a I see what you did there moment. Oh, nice. What are you reading again, Jasper? Are you reading Song of Achilles or was that somebody else? Do we want to know? Will that spoil it for us? And Issa says, I've been working on some papers. Very good. Well, hope you got a lot done on your paper or papers. And Miss Starbucks says, I am at page 309 at the moment from the 399. Ooh, 90 pages to go. Very nice. Sounds like you'll be finishing up today, hopefully. And Rachel says, I vaguely remember reading Persuasion, but my brain always mixes it up with Emma for some reason. My guess would be the reason is that I actually think a lot of Jane Austen books are very similar. I mean, I like her writing and I don't think they're bad. I think there's a couple that feel very different. Like Pride and Prejudice feels very different to me from Emma, but there's Emma and I mean somewhat different. like but yeah, I think after a while like they can feel similar. And I think that's common of a lot of authors if they have like a very distinct writing style and write more or less so in the same settings. And I think that's part of what it is for Jane Austen is that her settings are all very similar to me. And Jaleesa says, I finally finished my lunch. I eat slow. Well, that's supposed to be a good thing, Jaleesa. I don't know. So that's okay if it works for you. I need one of us to win the lottery and share so I can retire early. Yeah. And it needs to be a really big lottery too, right? So that we can share like greatly and widely so we can have a mass retirement thing going on. And Vanessa says, going to be doing some productive, non meeting work stuff, and we'll get to read when you end the sprints. Yeah. Yeah. That's how some of my days go too. Like, I'll finally get to read when all the sprints are over. Jasper says, I think I'm going to take a break from reading and do some writing before work. I turned the back of my couch into a standing desk, and the novelty of it is making me want to use it. Nice. I love that. Novelty getting you to work. That's awesome. Yeah, I really want a usable standing desk or no. You know what I really want, but I'm not going to get it until after I move, if then, is I really want a walking pad that I can set up like my screen so I can watch YouTube or whatever, but also put a book stand on of some sort so that I can read while I walk. That would be useful, very useful to me. Yeah. And Jasper says, I finished Caravel like a month or two ago. The waitlist at the library for the second book is still like 3 months. Oh my gosh. I know. Sometimes the waitlist, I had a waitlist on my library. I don't remember what book it was for, but it was like 50 weeks long. And I was like, that's literally a year. Like, and there were still people adding themselves onto that waitlist. And I'm like, okay, fair, because some people might eventually be like, forget it. But it was a year. It was a year-long wait to get the book. And I was like, okay, at some point, is it worth it? And Rita says, woohoo, congrats. So exciting for Nicole and Vanessa. Thank you, Rita. It is exciting. And Patty says, yes, I love Phineas and Ferb. Yeah, well, you enjoy your have your do nothing day. And if you haven't heard that song, it's as hilarious as all their songs are. In fact, if you have not listened to the Phineas and Ferb album, I highly recommend. It is so funny, especially if you love the show. And Jessica, upshot is we have hot water. Yay! I'm so glad that that water issue got fixed for you. And we have a renovation boo boo, and it didn't turn a tap off properly, and that's going to be very expensive. Oh no, really? It's going to be expensive. Like I know you got it, like so you weren't can turn your water back on, but I'm sorry that it's going to cost you a lot of money. That's never good. And Cappy says, also in the words of Vanessa's Sprints hydration reminder, there you go. And Jasper, I'm reading Golden Sun. Not really a spoiler since these books are nothing but betrayal. That's true. I have heard that of Rising Sun. It's just, or Red Rising, just ongoing backstabbery. And this betrayal just hit a little different. Oh, shaking up your betrayal. Not your typical betrayal. I like it. I like it. Miss Starbuck, in my book about books, my character said that Dan Brown books were all the same. And the way she said it made you laugh out loud. Ooh, wow. Harsh. She's getting harsh on other authors, huh? I feel like that would be dangerous as an author. Like, am I inviting other authors to then start saying stuff about me? But I mean, there is some truth. Like some authors write in a very like narrow thing where they just, they hit something that's popular, and surely Dan Brown hit something that was popular, and so they just keep writing books that are the same type. I mean, Agatha Christie did it to great renown, right? So, and nobody's mad about that. So, yeah, it can definitely happen. Jasper, I live in a studio, so I use my couch to divide a bedroom and living room. Makes sense. Got a lap desk. Okay. And rested on the back of the couch. Oh, and the TV is right in front, a little short for me, but a good budget option. That is a good budget option. I like that. And here's me thinking like I'd also just like stick a TV tray under the couch cushions and like raise that up some. I'd get some super like yeah, amazing setup going. I like that. And Vanessa says, haha, yes, Kathy. And Vanessa, getting some movement in too, walked upstairs to hydrate, and the Stanley is empty. Oh, well, there you go. Now you gotta walk back down to fill it up. But I did just get my birthday packages delivered. Yay! And happy, like, I know your birthday was that just last week? Or was it the week before already? But I know your birthday just passed, so birthday packages are fun, and happy birthday again. And Jessica said, yeah, plumbers over here are expensive and it took a while to figure out. Yeah, it seemed like that. I'm having the bill with mom. Oh, that's nice that she's going to help out. Note to self, don't do DIY the plumbing. Some things are best left to the professionals. Ah, yeah, that's a hard lesson. I'm sorry. But at least you have family to help support you through that. So that'll be good. And Vanessa said 10 books and a walking pad. Yay! Yay on the walking pad. That's very fun. Okay, Vanessa, I'm definitely going to want to hear how you like your walking pad because I am like searching around for brands. So let me know. And I love that like they finally come out with these walking pad ideas because I've thought on and off about getting a treadmill. Has anybody ever been in the presence of one? Like when you finally stop and stand in front of one and think about it in a room in your house, there are some of them are humongous. And I don't have that much room. I have a lot of room in my house, but I also have a lot of furniture and bookshelves and the whatnot. And Kay said, I can't decide, was going to read Golden Sun in March, but might bring it forward and start after Caravel. So many people talking about it have spiked my anticipation to read it. Yeah, do it. Do it, Kay. And Kay also wants to know, a walking pad. So if Vanessa hasn't explained it yet, oh, she did. I'll just skip to her comment real quickly. Vanessa said it's like a treadmill, but not as big and bulky, and you can store it under the bed or whatever. Yeah, so it's basically just like the flat surface of a treadmill. So it's just like a long, stride long machine with the conveyor belt that you walk on top of, and the buttons are right on top of that part of the platform. So it's not the huge. Basically, technology has gotten to the point where they can make the whole engine that moves the conveyor belt part of a treadmill smaller. So it's a pad you walk on. And Christina says fun to Vanessa. And that she had a treadmill once and it house if you did more than walk. guess that would be true depending on, like, where you had it, like, no running in the bedrooms. That would be crazy. Kay said, "Ooh, everyone needs to walk. I had knee replacements in 2018 and 19, and they have failed." Oh, no, Kay. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. And you're disabled now and miss your legs. Ah, yeah, walk time. Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that, Kay. Well, I'm glad you can join us here. And Christina said, and it took up the entire living room. We did not have it long. Yeah, does not sound like that was the best option for your house, Christina. Yeah, yeah. And Vanessa says, now do we bring it to the third or the fourth floor? I don't know. According to Christina, it's going to depend on which one will shake less. Donna said, back. Finished my TBR video. Yay. Did update on my vlog. Wonderful. Got lunch, which is leftover ground beef stew from last night dinner. Wonderful. Got a lot done. Sounds tasty. And Vanessa said, not looking forward to either floor. Yeah, yeah, I'm guessing it's pretty heavy, even though it's lower profile. Christina said, now I just walk in place. Yeah, that's what I do. I just walk around my house with headphones on or go for a walk outside if it's nice. And Donna said, I plan to do Glow with Joe's 1 and 2 mile walking videos. Very nice. I'm old school. I like Leslie Sanson. She's hilarious. And Vanessa says, I love her YouTube videos. Yeah, yeah, she's very popular. She does yoga too, doesn't she? And like Pilates, she does a couple of different things, doesn't she? Or is that just my imagination? And Kay said, I look in legs and watch knees. It's so funny. I'm so jealous of legs. We don't know what we have until it's gone, truly. Self-love, everything. Yes, absolutely, Kay. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And I can totally understand that being like, "Oh, man, if I had have known." Ah, life, you never know. And Sarah says, "Don't run in the bedroom." Yeah, it could get crazy. And Vanessa says, "I like Leslie Sampson too." I know. She's just like, I wish I had her energy. And she doesn't fool me though. I know no matter how much I walk and follow her videos, I am never going to have the amount of energy that woman does, ever. And Christina's laughing. And Kathy says, I've been doing resistance band workouts on YouTube. Man, those are harder than you think. Yes, they are. I'm with you, Kathy. I don't know. It doesn't matter how fit you are or whatever's going on. If you add a resistance band to it, like it goes to a whole nother level. And Donna says, I just need the motivation to actually do them. Glad to hear it, Vanessa. I love that others do too. And Kay loves resistance bands. Nice. And Leslie says, I purchased a Ureva walking pad through Amazon. It's simple and comes with a remote. She's enjoyed it, and but would have preferred a foldable walking pad, but the version I like was out of my price range. So why would you have wanted a foldable one over the one that you got? Like, what did you feel like was, because I've seen the foldable ones. And Miss Starbucks says, I hope the weather gets better here so I can bike again. Oh, I love biking too. I do too. Yeah. Going for a bike ride, like it's just such an experience. I like very chill bike rides. Like I would never be a racing biker type of person, but walking pad is so helpful since I work from home. Yeah, I know a lot of people like it for that because it helps with like their backs and stuff. Um, Jessica says, if I was allowed to do some more exuberant workouts, I would. That she would do the fitness Marshall. That is the second time I have heard of the fitness Marshall, and I've heard good things. Sarah said, one of my goals for this year was to just get up and walk more this year. I'd love a walking pad, but from now, my dogs keep me motivated. Very nice. Oh, and there's my phone going in the background. Call from somebody weird. My phone is telling me it's a call from Fa. I don't think the soup is calling me, but it does sound good. And Miss Starbucks says, love walking as well, but just outside. I just don't like those walking pad things. It feels so strange. That is my concern, is that I feel like, am I actually going to like it once it's here? All right, I'll read these last 2 comments, and even if more come in, we're gonna go to our sprint. Donna says, oh my gosh, the fitness Marshall is good, but really got the energy everyone wants. Yeah. And James says, I got very distracted and only just got back. Oh, that's fine, James, except we're about to go right back into the sprint, but that's okay. So I'm going to go ahead. I've got to adjust our timer. We're going to go into a longer sprint. So we will do an hour, which will be wonderful. And I hope everybody is set for that. It'll give you plenty of time. Oh, I need to do more than just reset the time. I'll let you watch me do this. Yeah, there we go. Save those changes. Let me not forget to start it. All right, happy reading. I will see you all in an hour. Back to that whole 1 hour feeling like 20 minutes situation. Granted, I had a couple of interruptions, but again, that's the nice thing about an hour is you still have plenty of time to read. So I got about, let's see, I think about yeah, about 30 pages read. So I'm now into book 2 of Dune, like part 2 of the first book. And can I just say, I was so happy when I got this copy at Target. It is a trade paperback size, and all I had been seeing was like the hardcover size, the mass, excuse me, the mass market edition, or that really weird one that's like the narrow trade paperback or tall thing. And this is my favorite size book. I don't know what you guys have as your favorite, but that's my favorite size book is trade paperback. Um, all right, let me get into the comments and see how you guys did during that sprint, how things were going. I see lots of comments came in, so let's check out what's going on. So when we left off, James was just coming back because James had gotten distracted. So, and Leslie says the width of my desk. Oh, she was talking about her walking pad and how she wished she had a folded one that folded, and said the width of her desk is slightly too short to tuck her walking pad under, and the office is just a small nook in my kitchen, so I need to conserve space as much as possible. That makes sense. So I get what you're saying. It depends on where your walking pad is, and it sounds like you don't have a space where you can leave your walking pad just out and open, and so tucking it under would help. Got it. Good consideration. And Donna is asking Vanessa about the brand of her walking pad. Kay says walking pads look awesome, so much better than treadmills. They do. And I somewhat question why it took so long for those to become popular because I remember when I was a child that we had like not an automated walking pad, but it was one where like you could just walk on it and like it was slightly less friction based, but it wasn't powered. Like it would just move as you walked on it. So you were kind of propelling it. So it was like walking on a treadmill with resistance is what it felt like. But that was very low profile and was basically a walking pad and then had the same like, how you can get handles on them. And I do kind of wonder why it took so long to just add a machine to that. Like what was the benefit of keeping us with like huge treadmills? And there's the name of Vanessa's walking pad, Spirex. And Vanessa said, I also had to check the weight capacity. You want to make sure that your product is not going to break if its capacity is 250 pounds and you are over that. That is a very good point. Yeah, that's always true. The other thing that I've heard too is that it's good to check like the stride capacity, which you don't have to measure your stride to figure out, but do check recommended heights. Because if you're over a certain height, your stride is likely to be longer. And you might actually need a longer walking pad. So hey, Storm. Storm says, hi to everyone. Just got home. Need to finish Fatal First Edition. Sounds great. I'm looking forward to watching your video, Storm, on your book hauls because I figured out I need to make sure I catch your book haul videos so that I can see the covers of your books. Oh, gosh. Still thinking about that mine. Anyway, Teresa, hello. Good afternoon. Just popping in to say hello before you leave. I'm actually on until 5 today, Teresa. So if you have time to stay, I will be here. And Kay says, just got a court, This Cruel and Lovely as an impulse read to the end of the month. Okay, I have no idea where that title ends. I'm assuming it's a court, This Cruel and Lovely. And that you just got it as an impulse read to end the month. Fun. I love when there's room at the end of the month to be like, and I'll add one more book and one more book and see how many books I can get until I run out of time. And Jaleesa says, because I asked in the banner, is how do you organize your books? And I'm just going to take that down so there's a little more room between my face and the comments. And Jaleesa says, I organize my books by author's last name and then by either the series or the order of publication. Okay, yeah, that makes some good sense. I'm just interested because like I have my whole shelf of books behind me. And James says, I used to do that, but now I put them into either hardback or paperback and then what looks right. Okay, yeah, I get that too. Because yeah, if you have a mix of hardback and paperback, that can look because the size and the feel of them can look different. I do agree when I see somebody's shelves that has all hardbacks on it or all paperbacks, even if they're the same size, like it still somehow looks better. Kay says, my books are in piles on the floor as my 4 bookcases are full, so enforced Kindle only purchases for nonfiction now, so it's much more tidy inside Kindle, but need bookcase haul to help sort the books. Yeah, I know. And why are bookcases so expensive? Like, I mean, I get it, like weight and materials but still. Somebody needs to come up with a cheaper way to manufacture bookshelves for us. And Kay says, by genre when I have space. Fair enough. I like by genre as well. That's probably my second favorite way of organizing them. Alicia says, I try to organize by genre and author. I'm not saying it's not also a little bit chaos, but she tries. Fair enough. And hello, book with Stormies and with Stormy. I just made you plural. And books with Stormy. It says hi to everyone. And Miss Virtue says, I just bought 2 mini bookshelves as the overspill was ridiculous, but currently my books are arranged by color, then alphabetically. Very nice. I always think color looks pretty. Coda says, my books are organized by author, then by publication date. That's fun. And I have separate sections for mass market fiction, trade and hardback fiction, mass market classics, trade and hardback classics, nonfiction, YA, kids, poetry, drama, screenplay, graphic novel, and writing. Wow, you've got it like hyper organized. You've got the library going on over there, Coda. That is amazing. I can't let myself go down rabbit holes like that because I'll never come out. Like I'll still be like sorting within sorting within sorting, like Dewey Decimal System by the time I'm done. Sue says, I finished a deal with the Devilish Duke. Nice. Wrote my review, had lunch, and played with the cats. That sounds great, Sue. Now to figure out what to read next. Yeah, how do you decide what to read next, Sue? I get stuck. That's how I do it. Organize. Teresa's like, who's doing that? Yeah. Jessica said, I went on Facebook videos, rabbit hole. Very nice. Yes. Social media rabbit hole for sure. Miss Virtue says, Coda, I aspire to this level of organized one day. Yes, very nice. Very nice. And Coda says, 1,200 plus books would be a mess otherwise. That is true. That is true. You could have absolute chaos going on and would really, truly just have to randomly pick books off your shelf. Plus, you're very good, Coda, at like knowing what books that you have and being able to get them for your buddy reads. And I'm guessing it's because your system is so well organized. So that is another pro, is it makes it easy to find your books if you want to read them with another person. Miss Virtue says, for now, pretty colors work. Nice. And she's got a nice expression to go with it, which does not show up as fun as StreamYard. Rachel says, no reading, but did sweep and get some brunch made and eaten. Wonderful. And Jessica says, my books are organized as keepers, physical TBR, and alphabetically by last name. Within that, I have my Kiwi shelf, series shelf, and DNFs and unhauls. Very nice. I love that. I love that the Kiwi shelf too. And Mary Hope says, took a nice nap. Ooh, that sounds great. And so missed the last chatty bit. Listened to some of Fall of Ruin and Wrath while painting my nails. Nice. Sounds like you're having a great afternoon, like, or evening. All the cozy things that I love to do. Especially the nap, man. Naps are amazing. And Vanessa says, I'm painting my nails now while you talk. Very nice colors. What colors are you ladies doing? And Kay, 4 pages left. Gonna continue reading? Yes, do. I've had that happen before where I'm like, no, like muting you temporarily while I finish my book. And Miss Virtue is covering her eyes. And Storm says 85% into Fatal First Edition. Nice. Do you think you'll finish it today, Storm? Coda says, I like to hold them in one hand. It doesn't matter what size, honestly, because I'll break the spine. Oh, Coda, you know how some people feel about that. Like, you might as well just put curse words in there. But I mean, I used to be really particular about my spines and like didn't want like a crease or anything. Um, I don't break my spines, but I'm not as precious with them as I used to be. but that can be a thing. Somebody just recently had a YouTube video where I think they were talking about that or something, and they were talking about reading some type of book and how it was best to break the spine, and he did it right there in his video. So, Coda, I won't tell anyone. I won't make that public knowledge outside the sprint. And Donna said, to be honest, I have no idea what I did in that sprint. It is the afternoon. Yeah, it's the time of day where, if you're in the US on the East Coast or maybe even on the West Coast, we should all be napping instead of trying to do stuff. Christina said, chatted a bit in some sprints, worked on my journal a bit, worked on the blanket a bit, and listened to a chapter or two. Very nice, Christina. Oh, and then for some reason it put it in there twice for me. Probably not on your end. And I don't know why it does that. Miss Starbucks says at page 353, 46 pages left. Yes, let's get that on the next sprint, maybe or two. And I will continue reading as well. I'm too curious to see how it ends. I totally get that. Donna, I was thinking about making a vlog, seeing if I can finish 4 books in 4 days. Ooh, nice, Donna. How long would the books be? Like, would you aim for like 100-page books or like longer? Like, that sounds like a challenge and fun. Do it. Dee said, I didn't get to read for this sprint. Hopefully next one. I'm reading Bookshop and Bone Dust. Nice. How are you enjoying it? Have you liked it as much as Legends and Lattes? I do have to say, I appreciate the alliteration in the titles. Jaleesa says, and I organize my shelf that way so I don't purchase duplicates. Yes. Some sort of organization for me is required to not buy duplicates because otherwise I'll just stay in that perpetual, oh, I really want to read this book and just keep buying it. Miss Virtue says Dakota clutches her pearls. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, Kay finished Caravel. Yay! Wonderful, Kay. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope it was a good ending. And Jasper says, I organize by genre, then author, then what looks good. For example, Neil Gaiman is together in fantasy, but his short stories are with other short stories because genre is priority. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. And Storm says, organize? Ah, you're another like, oh, yeah, that's an interesting concept. Maybe someday you will be organized. Fair enough. So if you've watched any of my TBR videos, then you'll know my shelves are organized alphabetical order by, well, I shouldn't say alphabetical order by title because that's making you think that I'm like strictly alphabetical order. That's not what's going on here. They are in sections by letter of the alphabet based on the title. So right behind me, right here, well, let's start here. This shelf right here with the unicorn on it is a B section. So all my books whose titles start with a B, not including like A and the word the, are on this shelf here. But then within that shelf, they're not alphabetized. Yeah, I'm rogue like that because I can quickly look through those. And usually I'm looking for a specific book. And if I'm not looking for a specific book, then I just want to look at everything that starts with the letter B. So that's as organized as I need to be based on how it's set up now. And Jaleesa says, Coda, get out. You crack this by like that. Oh, but she does it too, but gently. Oh, okay. I see. You're like friends there in the cracking the spine. And Alicia says, thanks for these sprints. I have to continue my yard work while I can. Hope you all have a great day. Thanks for joining us, Alicia. I hope your yard work goes really well and that you have a wonderful day too. Kay says, 3 stars was good, but didn't hold my interest as much as I wanted. Okay, interesting. Interesting. And though we'll read next book next month. Okay, so good enough to keep going at least. That's always helpful. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Joined during that sprint, finished Andersonville Diary by John L. Ransom. Very nice. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Thanks for joining today. Nice to have you here. And Coda says, I got over not cracking spines once my book collection grew to over 50% used books with cracked spines. True, true. I totally get this, Coda, because despite the fact that there are a lot of people in the world who are like horrified by the idea of cracked spines, what does it mean that most of the used books that we can buy have cracked spines? Like, do people not actually know what a cracked spine looks like? Because yeah, most of them are cracked. I can relate to that. Like if you buy used books, you're buying books with cracked spines. All right. Jasper says, I also only buy paperbacks unless I have no choice. Paperbacks are cheaper and feel better in my hands, and there's nothing like a well-loved paperback. I agree. I know a lot of people are huge fans of hardback books. I actually have get really bad tendonitis in my wrist and forearms, and so paperbacks are my best friends. Teresa said, I used to put my books in categories, but now they are just stacked everywhere because I don't have room. Fair enough. Sarah said, I'm back from making food. Yummy. What did you make, Sarah? Coda says, fun fact, my closet is organized by long sleeve t shirts, long sleeve thermals, sweaters, graphic tees, solid tees, striped tees, tank tops. You're a super organized person, Coda, etc. Each section is sorted into rainbow order with white first and black last. That is amazing and explains why you always dress so nicely. So, yeah, I used to do kind of that thing at one point, and then I just gave up because I realized I just kept wearing the same things that I liked the most. And so now I hang my clothes, like the clothes I just washed go at one end, and the clothes that I washed like the longest to go at the other, and I just wear them in order so that I wear something different every day. Because I'm the type of person where if I could get away with just wearing a uniform and wearing the same thing every single day, I'd do it. Mary Hope says, I painted them a light earthy green called Piece of Work. Ooh, I like the name and the color sounds nice too. And and Coda says, I'll do it on camera. Oh, you got to do it one night, one of the sprints. Yeah. And Kay said, I always break spines. It's a book's welcome to my book family. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like breaking spines is like as taboo as it used to be. Though there's still some people who are going to be like, spine breaker. Storm says, hoping to finish today. I need to finish up my books as I cannot have rollovers as my March TBR is overflowing. Yeah, I feel that. Sarah, I like pretty books and nice, clean-looking ones, but then I also love used books with cracked spines a lot. So really don't mind either way. I mean, a really good used book kind of feels nice in the hands. Not gonna lie. And Vanessa's laughing with Kay. And rose gold nail polish, waiting for it to dry. Ooh, sounds pretty. And Donna's laughing at Coda. Yeah. And more challenging than actually painting them. Don't mess them up by touching things. I totally agree, Vanessa. Is like painting is fine. I'm like a pretty neat nail painter. I smudge the crap out of it. Jasper, I gotta leave and go to work. Bye, Jasper. Have a great day. First day back since surgery. Okay, yeah. Good luck with that. Okay, and you're welcome for the sprints. Teresa, does anyone else do middle grade March or March Mystery Madness? I know Teresa. You are Teresa. I know Storm for sure does March Mystery Madness. I don't do either. And Heather says, I have no organization. I have thousands of books, and I literally need Thomas Jefferson's library to come and help me. Yes, yes, he can help us all. Donna, they are actually not bad. The books are the ones I am supposed to read this month. Two are over 300. One is under 300, and one is 400, but I'm already 90 pages in. Okay, well, then that sounds reasonable. Do it. I think it sounds fun. Christina is saying hi to Storm. Heather's saying, do you split your collections then? That's heroic. I don't split my collections up. Mine are just um, in the sections by letters. Christina says, I try to sort books by author and series and then also by genre. Sarah says, I think I order mine similarly as Jasper, genres, then authors, but I know I have some rogue books on my shelf that I know nothing about that will probably need moving. I like that. Yeah, I think we all have rogue books that are like just floating around in the background, waiting to jump out and be like, why are you there? And Christina, it did it on my end too. My laptop is going through its teenager years, or maybe it is the terrible twos. It has an attitude. I feel that. And you know what, Christina, though, yours wasn't the only one who did that. Somebody else's comment popped up twice earlier as well. So who knows? And Storm says hi to Christina. back, back crackers. Let's hope not. Spine crackers unite. My spines crack naturally with age. Yeah, that is a thing too. Yep, depending on moisture levels. Sue, I had my books in tubs until last month. I just put them on shelves and haven't organized them yet. I just pulled out all the duplicates. Nice. Sounds like it's in work in progress. And Sarah says, Dakota, agreed. I buy most of my books from the used bookstore, so definitely have to just accept that they won't be in perfect condition. Yep, I agree. And then what I do is if it's like a 5-star, love it, want to read it the rest of my life, then I'll buy a hardcover edition because they'll hold up longer. Storm says, I don't mind used books with cracked spines, but I will not crack my new books. Fair enough. Dee says, I'm only 25% of the book, but so far I feel it's good. Not sure if it's as good as Legends and Lattes, but fingers crossed. Okay, well, maybe once it gets going. Sarah says, I made a cheesy mince pasta bake meal. Ooh, we get HelloFresh. Oh, nice. So it was one of their recipes. Wonderful. I know a lot of people really like HelloFresh. And Dee says, yeah, a complete mess. I don't organize anything. Jaleesa, I'm here with you, Nicole. Give me a uniform, right? And the less I have to think about it, the better. Exactly. More time for reading. Coda says, I love that. I should put my clothes in that order to figure out which ones to get rid of. Yes, it works. It works. I have enough shirts. It would take a year or two probably to wear them all. It's so true because what you'll find is you skip things as you go in order. You're like, nope, nope. The other trick too to figuring out what clothes you do and don't wear is to put your hangers on the hook backwards. Because then you don't forget because you can go back to your closet like 3 months later or whenever you feel like getting rid of clothes and go, oh, this hanger's still backwards, which means I have not like worn that since the last time you did whatever. Because when you then finally go to wear the clothes, you turn the hanger around. So that's a good method. Jaleesa says, I think people get upset about the spine cracking a weather to dog ear. As long as it's not a library book, you do you, boo. Yep. And Coda says, good luck at work, Jasper. It's my first day back today, too, in a month-ish. Yes, everybody's, hopefully work is going well for everybody who's going back. And Jaleesa says, yes, Teresa, I'm doing middle grade March. And she says, I'm doing March Mystery Madness. There you go. And Jamie, I have 2 more bookshelves to assemble. I moved in late November, so my books are jumbled now, but I'll organize and count them next month for my birthday. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds like a very fun way to go. And Storm says, yeah, Storm's hosting March Mystery Madness or co-hosting. Yeah, so best be reading mysteries. Yeah, it helps when you participate in your own read along. Also reading middle grade mysteries for middle grade March. Oh, that's a fun way of combining it, Storm. I like that. Which is, oh yeah, okay. And so that's why you're like overflowing with all the TBR stuff. And Christina says she loves a good backcracking. Yeah. Backcrack. Oh, my husband's a huge fan of backcracking. He watches videos on it. I can't do that. I feel like they're just gonna like break people. And Coda says to Heather, yes, collections end up getting split on my shelves when they are not the only books I have by said author. The Dark Tower books are good, for example, have books between them. Oh, true. Yeah. And Sarah says to Jessica, my spine also cracks naturally with age. And the only time I broke a spine, the entire cover started falling apart and the pages came off. Yeah, that's why people say not to do it. It was a old, overly used one, but still, it left me traumatized and never did it again. Yeah, I could feel that. And I also wonder if they've changed slightly the durability of paperbacks and their spines because I do feel like with more modern books, if you crack the spines, that they don't just fall apart like the other ones did. But then again, some of it is the glue for the book over time. Jessica was laughing, saying, I hope someone got the pun. I did get the pun as well. So, but I wasn't sure which way you meant it to go, so I didn't want to laugh too hard. And Sarah says, love a good pun. And Storm says, when I find an old book, retro romance, especially not cracked, I feel like I've won the lottery. Yeah, especially for those retro romance, man. They wear those books hard. And Dee says, oh, I use HelloFresh too. I like it. The portions are pretty small though, if you're a goblin like me. Yeah, yeah. My husband wasn't a fan. He's a really tall, big guy, and he thought the portions were small. So yeah. It's definitely something that you have to try and see if the portions work for you and your family. Could have said, oh, yeah, the hanger ideal will work for me without reorganizing. Yeah, there you go. You're welcome. Heather says, Coda, I can't believe you split those connections. That gives me chest pain. But the spine cracking didn't, right? It's like it depends on, what people's things are. Sarah says, agreed with Dee, they could be a little bigger. We try to make sure we have dessert and so then we're satisfied by the end. that's a good trick too. Yeah. Christina says, "Oh, I could not watch it though. I always get jealous when someone else cracks it when I can't." And Coda says, is laughing. Well, in Stephen King's case, Heather, the collection is his entire bibliography. And Jamie says, I'm usually really nice to my books, but I mostly get my books from free shelves, yard sales, thrift stores, so they're not usually pristine when I adopt them. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, we made it to the end of. I was about to say, I don't know what I was about to say, but it wasn't the comments. Anyway, we made it to the end of the comments. I'm gonna do another hour sprint for us. No, I'm not going to do another hour sprint because I need to get on a quick Zoom call at 4. So, what I am going to do is I am going to do a quick 30-minute sprint for us so that we can. No, I'll do a 40-minute sprint. I'll do a quick 40-minute sprint for us so that we can chitter chat for a little bit. And then after that sprint, we will go into another hour sprint. And then that'll bring us to 5 o'clock. And then we'll be done. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. Don't you like watching me think out loud? All right, let me get us into this sprint. How long did I say we were doing it for? I think I said 40 minutes. I better like start it going before like we run out of time. All right, here we go. 40 minutes on the clock. I'll see you at the end of this sprint. Okay, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Come on back. If you didn't see my message, I messed up the timing of that. We actually needed to come back 3 minutes earlier. So, yeah, that was a super short sprint compared to all the other ones. Because I need to get on a book club call at 4, which shouldn't be too long. So hopefully, um, while I'm talking books off to the side on our next sprint, I'll be able to come back and still read. That's part of my devious plan. Anyway, did you guys get anything read in that short time? I actually made it through 20 pages, I think. That seems about right. So, yeah, Dune is going really well. It's at the parts of the movie that I really liked, so I'm enjoying that. How did you guys do? When we left, Jamie was saying that Andersonville is the Confederate prison camp in Georgia where they kept mostly Union soldiers during the Civil War. Ransom's account was really good, but it is a heavy subject. Yeah, I could see that. I have heard about Andersonville, so I do know about that Confederate prison camp, and yeah, it was pretty brutal. And D was saying to left to read, ha ha ha, or to Sarah. Um, I double the portion by getting more of the same ingredient. That's how she handles her Hello Fresh. Um, and D says, yes, please. And Sarah says, we've done that with a couple of ours, mainly if there is potato mash involved, because we always want more. Yeah, that sounds yummy. And Teresa says, Jaleesa, I'm just so excited to start my pile of middle grade. I just got 12 books from the library. Awesome. Which one are you most excited about, Teresa? And Heather says, I have neurodivergence, which allows me to completely ignore all of this talk of spine cracking. Well, you gotta take it where you can. And Teresa says, for middle grade March or March Mystery Madness. I just picked, oh, okay, middle grade mystery and don't do prompts. Okay, there you go. Yeah. So you kind of combined all the things. And yeah, and this is me saying, yeah, just kidding. I'm bringing us back 3 minutes early. Boo, boo, boo. Because yeah, I need to get on my call at 4. And Sarah says, "Ha ha ha, just got recommended the video I think you were talking about, breaking book spines is fun and healthy." Yes, yes, that was the video. Yeah, by Books Are Sick. Yes, which guys, if you have not checked out Books Are Sick, he just recently, I feel like in the last month maybe or two, started his channel, which one is a fun channel name. Um, oh, I don't know what my phone is doing. Hang on just a second. I gotta turn down the anyway. So one, he's got a super fun channel name and just a super fun channel in general. So if you have not checked out Books Are Sick, I highly recommend doing it. So it is really cool channel. He does all sorts of things on his channel. I mean he's a YouTuber, so right? So he does I guess all the normal things that YouTubers do. But yeah, like his most recent video other than the book spine cracking one was I think he also did what was it that he just did? Oh, he went to his library. And James said, editing his TBR video. Yeah, those should all be coming out in the next week or so. Rachel said, I keep forgetting about time zones because it's 12:50 here, right? That's why I figured I should put that so people weren't like super confused. And Sarah said, I personally think you should do the dingling thing every time the sprint is done. I mean, I could. Mary Hope said, made it to chapter 4 of Fallen Ruin. And why every time? Is that title so hard for me? Fall of Ruin and Wrath. And Storm says 91%. Ooh, you're getting there, Storm. And Sarah says nearly at 200 pages of Song of Achilles. Nice. Rachel's saying hi to Storm, not to Storm. Go hi to Starm if you're here. Christina says, I just made it to chapter 20 out of 38 and worked on a journal and blanket. Wonderful. And Dee said, I read 10 pages. The sprint went by quickly. I know, it really did. Because it was like, I think I said 40 minutes and it was really more 35. But after doing an hour-long sprint, 35 is like gone in a flash. And I'm going to jump on in a couple of minutes to my family book club. We are discussing, what is the book we just read? Oh, we're reading The Waters by like Bonnie something. I'll tell you the name when I come back, but we've read the first 3 chapters, so we're going to discuss that real quickly. And we discuss like real quickly. Like I will probably be back on here in 20 minutes when we get back into the next sprint. And Lynn said, you're still here doing sprints. I am. I'm here until 5. So I've got one more long sprint to go. And you're cracking open Addie LaRue as a reread. Are you actually cracking it open? Because we just had a nice conversation about spine cracking. So way to jump right back in, Lynn. And Jamie says, I started a new book, The Book of Cold Cases by Simone St. James, and audio got to 7% so far. Well, that's really good, especially for a short sprint. And Storm says, oh, I couldn't watch that video of his cracking the spines. I know, it hurt. It hurt. I felt it. JV said, my middle grade books will be the rest of the Alcatraz series by Sanderson. Fun. Otherwise, I am focusing on March Mystery Madness and Realmathon Time Realm and getting my books organized before I turn 45. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool. And Dee says, I think I will nap till you're back. Have an awesome nap. And Storm says hi to Rachel. And Vanessa says, laying in bed now with a cold towel on my face. My cheeks are starting to get hot as if they were sunburned. Oh no. Okay, well, I hope that goes away. That does not sound pleasant. And Lynn says, ha ha ha, no, theoretically cracking it open. Well, we were talking about really cracking them open. And you guys have a family book club? Yeah, we do. Yeah, yeah. Family goals. Yep, 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 yep. We love it. And Miss Starbuck says, I finished my book. Yay, Miss Starbuck. Very nice. Now you just need to decide what you're going to read next. And Heather says, yeah, laughing at the cracking it open. I know, I know. Like it fit right into the whole theme of, of the last talk. And Teresa says, for middle grade March, I am most excited to read The Probability of Everything because I love science-based books, and Pollyanna because it was one of my favorites movies as a child, but never read the book. Oh, okay, nice. I hope you enjoyed them both. And Miss Starbucks says, absolutely loved it. Even tears from happiness in the end. Oh, that's the best. I love crying at the end of a book, especially if they're like happy tears. And Vanessa's like, I'm still powering through and reading. Okay, good, Vanessa. Good. Don't let it stop you. But I do hope that like that feeling goes away because I know that feeling. It's not pleasant. And Lid said, the readathons I am doing next month are Realmathon, Realm of Creation, and Marvelathon, Team Villains. Nice. And Storm says, you're lucky your family, you have a family that likes to read like that. And I am alone as nobody else reads. Yeah, I do feel very lucky, except we all read totally different things. And so it's always like a month of like one of us being like, well, who chose this book? Ah. Anyway, and Rachel says, sending vibes to Vanessa. Yes, indeed. All right, I'm going to go ahead and throw us back. This will be, well, throw us into what will be our last sprint. It will be 50 minutes. I mean, not 50 minutes. I'm just making up times now, guys. Our last sprint will be an hour, and hopefully I will be back before that hour is over to read along with you guys, and then we'll chat and say a good night. So here we go into our last sprint. Let me fix the timer real quickly. And then I will turn off my camera briefly in this. But happy reading and sprinting, and I will see you when we get back. Let me unmute myself and try again. Welcome back, everybody. How'd that last and final sprint go for you? Mine was good. I am now on page 334 in Dune, which brings me partway through book two. So I'm about halfway through the book. It's going pretty fast now, so that is good. And yeah, so I feel like I should. Let's see, I only have 40 pages to catch up to where I need to be on track to finish by the end of this month. So that's good. I have a couple of things going on this evening, but I feel like I will definitely be able to make that. So, yeah, and that'll be a nice break. So I'll probably stop. I have a phone call and Zoom meeting this evening, but not until like 6:30. So I'll probably take a break now, get my act together, check in on the family, do all that jazz. Um, Maybe have dinner somewhere in there, do my call, and then get back to reading later this night. So maybe I'll see you guys on somebody else's sprints tonight. I know that I think Lexi loves reading. Is that the name of her channel? Or is it just Lexi Reads? I'm good at making up stuff up. Anyway, I know she has a sprint at 5:30 tonight, so hers should be starting soon. And if you just put search for reading sprints on YouTube, other people's may come up as well. If you didn't hear earlier, I did mention that to celebrate hitting a 1,000K subscribers, I am at the end of this week doing like a whole weekend of sprints. So check out the channel and my lives on that. You can click notifications. But basically, I'm sprinting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday and Tuesday. So hopefully, I will see you around the rest of the week and this upcoming weekend. Let's go to the chat and close out, see how you guys were doing. Let's see. Oh yeah, we ended with Rachel giving good vibes to Vanessa. So hopefully Vanessa is feeling good. Rita was saying the same to Storm. They were talking about March Mystery Madness. Rachel was saying, and also no reading. And Rachel was saying, yeah, no one here reads either. Um, and Miss Starbucks says, "Oh, we'll go now. Go watch something. It was a nice readathon. See you later in the week, maybe." Wonderful. So hopefully, Miss Starbucks has found something fun to read. And Vanessa said thank you to us all. And Miss Starbucks was saying bye to everybody when we last ended. And Rita says, okay, I think I've got to go get ready for opera choir rehearsals. Oh, yes, I forget that you do that on Monday nights, Rita. So thank you, Nicole, for the sprints. Got so much done and had so much fun too. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So glad to hear it. And Laura says, I did it. I finished the book. Yay! I'm exhausted. Yes, you must be because it's got to be pretty late at night for you now, probably about 11 or 12. But feel like I have my reading mojo back. Yay! That's great, Laura, because I know you were saying that you were in a reading slump. So I'm glad that you've like broken through. And Vanessa says, feeling much better. Yay! Now off to grocery shop. Wow, everybody was having good stuff going on during that time. So that's good. And Storm said, finish my book. Yay! See, it continues. Loved it. It's my favorite cozy mystery series. Oh, nice. So you knew it was going to be a good one. Well, I'm glad that it worked out, and it was, because you know so how that is. Like sometimes it's like, second book syndrome and all of that jazz. I just lost Storm's comment, so I'm glad it ended up good. Sarah says, I'm at page 213 of Song of Achilles, and I feel like I'm going to have my heart ripped out. Still over 100 pages left. I'm scared. Oh no, Sarah. Hang on. Okay, finish it out. Finish it strong. It'll be okay. Maybe grab a box of tissues or something. And Beck says, just wrapped up my workday. Nice. Got so much done for work and was able to get 85% in the Maltese Falcon audiobook. Yay. Still not a fan. Well, yeah, but it kept you company during these sprints. Great. I'm glad to hear that. Glad that the workday went well and glad that we could join you for it and keep you company. And Lynn said, read 52 pages of Addie LaRue. How are you enjoying it, Lynn? Is it going well? And hello, Cool Gamer. How are you? I've seen you in other sprints. Thanks for joining. Hope you made it in time for that last sprint. That was our last sprint. So Christina says, I made it to chapter 23 out of 38 and finished another row on the blanket. Nice. Yes, and blankets rows can get really long, so that's great. Mary Hope said, made it to page 72 in Fall of Ruin and Wrath and made some dinner, salmon, rice, and spinach. Yum. I love a good sandwich. Hi, Courtney. How are you? Courtney says hi to everyone at work, but wanted to say hi before she started running around again. Well, thanks for popping in, Courtney. Kay said started how to read a book. Oh yeah. I think you said you were gonna get that. Got to page 28. It is really interesting, and it's very dense. He has a lot in there, but I found the 2 chapters on reading critically, right? Is that what it's called? I have it I have it right here, Kay. My favorite 2 chapters that I go back to over and over again are the chapters on, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. I can't get my bookmark. No, not on how to read practical books. It's basically everything that's in part 3. That is like but that's the part that I read over and over again, but also the part starting with, I'm getting there. Sorry. Part 2. So part 2, he kinda goes through his method, and then it's the stuff in part 3 that I read over and over again. But I hope you find the book useful. Christina says, "Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Probably see you over on other sprints." Absolutely, Christina. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day as well. And Lynn says, "Always appreciate the sprints." Thank you, Lynn. Always enjoy having you. Coda says, "Thanks for keeping me company." You're welcome. I hope your first day back was awesome. Well, as awesome as work can be. Kate said, "Thank you for the sprints. Love your chilled sessions." Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Rachel says, "Well, right now I'm plotting against my artist in the best possible way. Build up a fellow creative sort of way." Okay, nice, Rachel. Well, I hope that keeps going well for you. Plotting. And hey, Stylum. Yes, congratulations. You made progress in your audiobook while you worked. Thanks for the sprints. You're very welcome. And look at you lurking in the background and just popping in now. Well, it was nice to have you on, and I'm glad you got a lot done. Miss Virtue said I played some Monopoly Go. Oh, I love that. Is it like digitally on your phone? Good times, but yeah, not reading, but that's okay. We need a break. And Rachel said to Vanessa, the vibes worked. Nice. And uh, Courtney's saying hi to Sister Harlem, who's Adrienne. Very nice. And Christina says, "Yay for finishing Laura and Storm." Yeah, I know. So many people finish things. And Lynn says, "I love Addie. It's a reread for you." Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Nice. And Teresa says, "Nicole, I don't know if you noticed, but I put off No Name till April." Oh, you know what? I didn't think about that. And you're over 200 pages in and really liking it, but had so much that you wanted to read. Yeah, I totally get that. Well, good. I'm glad that you are enjoying it though. And yeah, it does keep going. So like, and there are good places to pause. So that totally makes sense to me. But I'm glad you are enjoying it. And Sarah said, "Thank you so much for the sprints. It's been fun. You are absolutely welcome." And Miss Virtue said, "Yes, Monopoly Go is on her phone." Yeah, I've gotten that version before, and it is like just a fun little game to play. Though, man, I feel like it's rigged at times. Anyway, that is it for today, guys. I had a great time hanging out with you, a great time chatting about the craziness that happened in my first book, who's, going to become Voldemort and going to be the name that doesn't get named. And I got a lot of reading done in Dune and a couple of other things. Thank you for being here with me. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day and evening, whether it's just beginning or if it's winding down or it's already been over and you're just, still kind of hanging out. So you're very welcome for the sprints. I love doing them. Wonderful. I'm looking forward to next weekend too. We'll get tons of reading done. We'll finish out February and we'll start all our March reads. I can't wait. So anyway, I will see you guys then. Have a wonderful evening. And yeah, I guess that's it. Bye for now.